Chapter 401, Chapter 400. That's right, because I'm the Sorcerer Supreme. They didn't wait for Shield to come and clean up the mess. Strange drew a transmission portal and took the Sorcerer Supreme, Luke, to the door of the Avengers headquarters. A master from Comatage doesn't need to make an appointment to see anyone. Strange muttered in the face of the receptionist's standard procedure inquiry. It is illegal to trespass on military sites or other people's houses. The contemporary Sorcerer Supreme Director of Shield. Superman solemnly informed Strange about the law. To prevent him from being shot on the spot for rushing into the Avengers base and being treated as a suspicious person. The Masters of Comatage should also develop good habits. Knocking on the door is a sign of politeness. Luke remembered the Sorcerer Supreme of the other universe. Every time he met with her, she just showed up and never went through the front door. What should we do with the hammer? Strange smiled awkwardly and changed the subject. Ever since he learned how to open portals, he had almost forgotten the feeling of walking through the front door. Before leaving Alcatraz, Luke Cage habitually wanted to classify Juggernaut's Hammer of Ku-Earth as military property. Later, seeing a large number of people from Comatage and the high status of Sorcerer Supreme, that's when he came to his senses and let it go. He was worried that if he persisted, he would probably be smashed into tomato juice by the Sorcerer Supreme. I will naturally keep it temporarily. Luke's eyes flashed as he seriously said so. The 8 sacred hammers forged by Kull are infused with runes and the divine power of fear. It's difficult for ordinary people to resist its attraction and call, and in the end, they would only become the minions of evil. I don't feel comfortable leaving it in the hands of Shield or the Avengers. Strange nodded in agreement and said, I understand. He couldn't help but internally feel that the Sorcerer Supreme had considered the situation carefully. The respect in his heart was increased by a few more points. Watch and learn. You still have a long way to go. Luke glanced at the shiny head and spoke earnestly. The above answers, which were full of justice and compassion, weren't just his words. Captain America, who was recognized as a strong-willed man, would never be corrupted or seduced. In the face of a hammer falling from the sky, he was almost caught up in it. This clearly showed how dangerous the powers of fear from Kull were. Mr. Stark and Miss Hill are in a meeting. Please wait for a while. The Sorcerer Supreme's name was resounding and worked very well. Less than half a minute later, the receptionist changed her previously standardized attitude. Coffee was served, and a separate meeting room was arranged. No problem, we can wait. Luke faintly smiled. Presumably S.H.I.E.L.D. had noticed the change. The awakening of the serpent caused the 7 hammers to fall from the sky all over the world. In addition to the daughter of Red Skull, Cynthia, holding the hammer of Skadi. Juggernaut, who had just been beaten up by him, got the hammer of Ku-Earth, the breaker of stone. And there was the hammer of Null, the breaker of worlds. Hammer of Griethith, the breaker of wills. Hammer of Angra, the breaker of souls. Hammer of Atuma, the breaker of oceans. Hammer of Skern, the breaker of men. Hammer of Mok, the breaker of faith. Together, there were the worthy. They would automatically select qualified hosts. Anyone who touched them would lose self-awareness and become a slave to the divine power of fear. What? Would it work on Superman? The hammers weren't universal and hardly affected Luke. Like the Infinity Gauntlet of the movie universe, even if Thanos broke his fingers snapping, it couldn't erase Superman's existence. The timeline of this universe is a bit strange. Luke picked up the coffee cup. The last time he came here was when Kamataj held the Sorcerer Supreme battle. Later, after completing the task, he inexplicably took the position of the Ancient One and left Earth 91. There was no contact with the Avengers or Shield. This time, Luke deliberately asked Strange some questions. For example, when was the establishment of the Avengers, the appearance of Iron Man, and other famous superhero groups? He found that, unlike the movie universe, this was closer to the comic book storyline. The most obvious example was that Spider-Man wasn't a high school student, although both of them were named Peter Parker. He worked for the Daily Bugle, and his girlfriend was Mary Jane Watson. There were many other problems. For example, Captain America, Steve Rogers, had retired, and his good friend Bucky took over the shield. The person in charge of SHIELD had changed from Nick Fury to Tony Stark. I hope this is just Asgard's family matters and that no cosmic gods are involved. Luke silently said in his heart. Kull, at best, was as good as Odin. For an All-Father level opponent, Superman was confident that they could arm wrestle. He was in a single universe. However, if a multiverse-level being was provoked, he would rather leave. It's not a question of winning. It made sense why the Vishanti would locate the Sorcerer Supreme and give Luke an Earth crisis to deal with. But with the same thought, if it were a multiverse-level event, that would be oppression. As we all know, Superman never worked for free. If the salary weren't increased, Luke wouldn't continue to work. Please follow me. About 3 minutes later, just in time for a cup of coffee, Maria Hill, the commander of S.H.I.E.L.D., came over with a graceful figure. Please come upstairs to the conference room. Holding a tablet, she first looked at Strange, as if to confirm his identity. Then, her eyes moved to Luke. Waiting for a moment, Maria Hill didn't get the information she wanted. The tablet computer connected to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s couldn't find information on Luke. Agent Hill, does the SHIELD suspect my identity? Luke asked with interest. Don't misunderstand. This is just a routine process. Maria Hill looked surprised and then replied. She was clearly facing Luke. How did he know what she was doing? S.H.I.E.L.D. is actually suspicious of the Sorcerer Supreme. Is this questioning Kamataj's sincerity and position? Strange had become bald and tough, and he was already the number fangirl under Luke. Hearing Maria Hill's words, he couldn't help but show a hint of anger. Sorcerer Supreme, in my opinion, it's okay if S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't come along. Luke's lips twitched. He felt that Strange was becoming more and more of a small-time minion. He waved his hand, signaling the latter to shut up. Wait until we see Iron Man and Captain America. The elevator went all the way up to the top floor. Luke and Strange were invited into a spacious conference room where most of the people sitting there were familiar faces. Iron Man, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and the others. I thought the Sorcerer Supreme would be an old man with white hair and beard. Not surprisingly, Tony Stark was the first to speak out. No matter which parallel universe, he would always be the first one to express himself. This may also be the Stark family's heritage. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Luke smiled and didn't seem constrained by the heavy atmosphere in the conference room. Instead, he walked up to the holographic world map and looked at the red areas marked out. S.H.I.E.L.D. is very efficient. You quickly compiled a list of the hammers from the serpent, Cull, that have fallen from all over the world. He played down the keywords, which made Bucky, the new Captain America, slightly frowning. The serpent, Cull. The latter looked at Luke and asked, "Does Comatage have any information to share?" "There are some. However, before I say that, you should send someone to Brazil to stop Bruce Banner." Luke pointed to a red area on the holographic map and spoke in his standard devilish tone. "Dr. Banner, he is indeed in Brazil. One of these objects fell in São Paulo, Brazil. Who can hurt the Hulk? He's the most powerful Avenger." Hawkeye polished his arrow, leaned in the corner, and said so. The Avengers didn't trust Luke, the Sorcerer Supreme, whose origins were unclear. It's true that nothing on this planet can hurt Hulk, but he himself is the most dangerous ticking time bomb. Luke gently smiled and clicked on the map. If Bruce Banner found one of Cull's hammers, he would soon become like Juggernaut. As soon as this statement was made, the conference room immediately became tense. Captain America Bucky quickly called Bruce Banner, who was on vacation in Brazil. Iron Man, whose face was full of petulance, had a restrained smile. "Is this your assumption, or is it a fact that is bound to happen?" Tony Stark looked at Luke, who had shocked the audience with a strange look. "I am a scientist, and I don't believe in the prophecies of gods." Luke cleared his throat and imitated the tone of Batman from the next studio. With both arms over his chest, he calmly said, "I just know, there's no other explanation, Mr. Stark. If I had to give an explanation, it would be because I'm the Sorcerer Supreme." Comment. 11 comments. Vote. Chapter 402, Announcement. New Marvel fanfic to celebrate 400 chapters mark. Title, Marvel, live broadcasting the spoilers. Translator, Random Alex. Synopsis. A dimensional live broadcast system has come to Asgard, Comatage and other places. With the exposure of various spoilers such as Avengers 3, the entire multiverse of the Marvel is in chaos. Loki, after being beaten by Hulk, killed by Thanos, and forced to join the TVA, I end up loving female Loki. Iron Man, Dark Elves. Time travel. Multiverse. This is awesome. Batman, a Batman who laughs. Dark Knights. It's definitely not me. Deadpool, wow. I can actually slaughter the Marvel Universe. So cool. Thor, my hammer. And damn. How did I get so fat? Scarlet Witch, I would never fall in love with a robot. Not to mention no more mutants. Magneto, Wanda, in a different parallel universe, you can still call me daddy. Thanos, I snapped my fingers, but I still failed. The concept is similar to our other novel, but without MC. Let's go. About 17 chapters are already published. Please add this to your library, and try it. This fanfic is built different. Comment. 6 comments. Vote. Chapter 403, Chapter 401 Breaker of Worlds, the angrier the more powerful. In the Justice League, every time there was a crisis, it was customary for everyone to seek Batman's advice. Therefore, the Dark Knight gave a number of plans. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, in detail or briefly. He was the brain and thinking tank of the Justice League when Superman went offline, and the Flash was sacrificed. The task of saving the world would be handed over to him. After all, there was an acknowledged fact in the entire studio. If Superman was just the precious son of the editorial department, then Batman was the father of the editorial department. The scene of the meeting of the Justice League was roughly like this. Flash, what should we do? Wonder Woman, Superman, what do you think we should do? Superman, Batman, it's your call. Others. Speaking of Batman, whenever Superman or other members of the Justice League asked Batman why he did what he did, Gotham's Dark Knight would calmly answer in a low voice. Because I am Batman. It's a universal line that works for any scene and for anyone. Why do you have to be wary of Superman? Because I am Batman. Why didn't you kill Joker? Because I am Batman. Why are you wary of every member of the Justice League and study their weaknesses and flaws? Because I am Batman. Every time. Remember, every time. As long as Batman said this line, no one would ask any more questions. And on everyone's face, there would be a look of agreement, that makes sense. It's as if whatever happened, as long as the Batman line was brought out, everything would automatically become reasonable. Because I'm the Sorcerer Supreme. When this was said, the Avengers in the conference room looked at each other. Then, everyone nodded in agreement. Does the Sorcerer Supreme have the ability to predict the future? Or did you know this crisis would happen a long time ago? Seeing his teammates had agreeing expressions on their faces as if they were listening to some kind of irrefutable answer, Tony Stark resisted the urge to nod and continued to ask. From this, it can be seen that the all-purpose line was ineffective against the genius. Because no matter who it was, no matter what they said, they all had to raise the bar a little. It was instinctive and hard to change. Luke ignored it. This was the second trick he learned from Batman. When someone questions, don't answer. Keep it cold and turn to other topics. Captain, have you contacted Dr. Banner? Luke asked lightly. Bucky, who took over as Captain America, shook his head and looked even more serious. As everyone knew, when Bruce Banner was stimulated by emotions, it would trigger the other presence in his body, the Hulk. The big guy was a big block of destructive power that couldn't communicate properly. After a long period of psychotherapy and meditation, Bruce was able to take control gradually and was no longer a dangerous ticking time bomb. S.H.I.E.L.D. also changed its strategy, turning control into cooperation. Dr. Banner is on vacation with his girlfriend. He can't be contacted right now. Bucky quietly said so. Mobilize the Brazil-based branch and deploy additional personnel to São Paulo. At critical moments, even irresponsible speculation should be treated as a possible fact. This would prevent more damage and more losses from occurring. No, Captain. Tony Stark took off his Bluetooth headset and ended his conversation with Jarvis. The Hulk has already appeared in São Paulo, Brazil. He lost control and broke into the slums, killing and injuring a large number of innocent people. Iron Man projected a holographic image into the conference room, which was captured by Stark Industries' satellite. They could see a strong, green-skinned giant with a hammer in both hands, roaring at the sky. At his feet, there were innocent people running and screaming in panic. The second worthy. Luke stared at the Hulk, who was holding the hammer of Null, breaker of worlds, venting his anger wantonly. Even his girlfriend, Betty, couldn't stop it. Captain, there will be more of the worthy coming up. SHIELD should make a plan to deal with it. Luke warned aloud. At this point, no one doubted the Sorcerer Supreme's ability and the authenticity of his identity anymore. What should we do? Captain America asked. Master Sorcerer Supreme. Today was supposed to be a relaxing and happy holiday for Bruce. He sat next to the tent and watched his girlfriend in her breezy clothes, bending over and splashing her face with the clear water of the river. The beautiful curves full of temptation made Bruce's eyes burn. He didn't even think twice about using the sky as their covers and the ground as their bed. The heartbeat detection device on his right arm was beeping, warning him. He realized that his heart was beating too fast, and his emotions were intense. Bruce quickly averted his gaze to calm his inner turmoil. After a few moments, he regained his composure like a wise sage. Everything was too dull. Bruce, was your watch beeping? Betty, who had finished washing her face, turned her head and asked with a smile. No, just the scheduled alarm. We should go to town to replenish our food and supplies. Bruce covered it up. If there was a Hulk in your body, what was the inconvenience? In addition to not losing your temper at will and controlling your emotions. The worst thing of all was losing your right to mate. Imagine Bruce was having sex with his girlfriend, rolling in the sheets. As the action gets wilder and wilder, the breathing gets more and more rapid. His heart was racing, his face was flushed, and his blood was rushing. Then, the muscles all over his body would swell up. And Hulk would appear. Not to mention whether Betty, as a fragile human being, could withstand the output of the Hulk. The mere fact that his body had grown and indescribable parts would have expanded along with it was enough to create a bloodbath. Because of this, Bruce had been abstinent for a long time and even quit solo work. Iron Man often made fun of this and marveled at his perseverance. After all, abstaining from sex was a difficult challenge for human beings. Bruce, the look in your eyes just now was very passionate. Betty stood up and put her arms around her boyfriend's neck. She didn't seem to know that such a provocative gesture could easily turn something soft into something hard. Betty, we can't. Bruce had the intention to refuse, but his body was honest. It doesn't matter. You keep breathing and control your heart rate. Betty seemed experienced, teasing slowly, not unleashing her fierce enthusiasm. The man and the woman were in the middle of an intimate encounter when they suddenly heard the earth-shaking boom. Not far away, in the forest, smoke and fire rose up as if some kind of accident had happened. A crash. Bruce, who witnessed the sight, couldn't help but push his girlfriend away and rush to the scene. A lava-like crimson glow flowed from a big crater. The hard ground cracked and melted into molten semi-crystals. Thick smoke rose up, and flames were blazing. Hammer. Bruce, who rushed to the scene, saw a black iron hammer in the center of the crater. As soon as his eyes saw it, it was like glue, and he couldn't move them away. It belongs to me. A firm thought emerged. It was as if the hammer really belonged to him. Bruce, stay away from it. His girlfriend's nervous cry brought Dr. Banner to his senses for a moment. However, he still didn't stop. The heat and steam in the center of the crater had burned Bruce's skin. His arm and face were as red as a cooked lobster. But he himself didn't feel anything until he reached out and held the hammer. Null, breaker of worlds. The runes filled with the power of fear were imprinted in Bruce's mind. A flash of bright light covered the forest. Then, Hulk appeared out of thin air, roaring at the sky. The anger that filled his heart somehow gradually intensified. As it wanted to burn the Hulk to ashes, from the inside out. Vent. I need to vent. The Hulk bent his legs and jumped. It was as if springs had been installed under his feet. His massive form rose up from the ground. Boom! In the next moment, he appeared on a distant hill. The Hulk was like a mad beast, storming into the bustling city of São Paulo. On the other side of the earth, in the deep sea. With the hammer of Skadi in her hand, the daughter of Red Skull was rapidly diving down with a fanatic look in her eyes. The hammer forged with the divine power of fear was like a beacon. The great god of fear. All-Father. Kull. Cynthia muttered to herself and called out the name of her master. The world needs your return. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 12 comments. Vote. Chapter 404, Chapter 402 The Chubby God of Thunder, A Waste. Brazil, Dubai, the Californian coast, London, Illinois, and the east coast of Manhattan, have all been affected to varying degrees. At S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters, Captain Bucky led the Falcon, Maria Hill, Sharon Carter, and other senior officers to the command center of the helicarrier. According to the Sorcerer Supreme, the serpent Kull was of Asgard, Odin's brother, and Thor's uncle. He once forged 8 hammers, except for Hammer of Ku-Earth held by Juggernaut, which had fallen into Luke's hands. There were 7 hammers scattered all over the world. In São Paulo, Brazil, the Hulk became the second worthy under the command of the Serpent and lost his self-awareness. In the latest news, the Hulk rampaged through the city, then disappeared into the vast jungle. The special task force sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. only had time to clean up the mess and deal with the interrogations of the Brazilian government. In the face of the crazed Hulk, there was no other way. The Punisher, a member of the Defenders, and his partner, the Daredevil, pursued him, but there was no other information for the time being. In the following hours, similar incidents occurred in the United States of America, as well as in London and Dubai. An unidentified flying object fell, then attracted a suitable host. Some of the targets chosen by the hammers are superheroes, like Dr. Bruce Banner, and some are supervillains, like Juggernaut. Bucky's face was stoic and calm as he analyzed. The world was now ablaze with smoke and battles, and a global crisis was brewing. As one of the leaders of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Captain America's successor, he decided to use S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier to provide support to distant battlefields. Since this crisis is related to Asgard, why don't we call on Thor for help? Sam, the Falcon, asked in a deep voice. The Avengers had already been dispatched. Iron Man, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and other leading members led several special task forces to sort out the chaos while fighting against the worthy, who appeared one after another. Thor, he's not on Earth. He can't be contacted. Bucky, with a serious expression, continued, the Sorcerer Supreme said Asgard had closed off the Bifrost. We have to rely on ourselves. When Sam heard the words, he couldn't help but grimace. Obviously, he had a lot to say about Asgard's behavior of retreating and hiding out, when something happens. In the past, when everything was calm, they would act up every day, saying they were the protector of the Nina realms, with a patronizing and condescending attitude. In the end, they disappeared at the moment of crisis. They retreated into Asgard and locked the doors. This kind of behavior was really despicable. What about the Sorcerer Supreme? Maria Hill interjected. He could defeat the worthy juggernaut by himself and capture the hammer of Ku-Earth, breaker of stones. His power is strong enough to help Shield survive this crisis. The Avengers had no advantage over the Serpent's worthy. A few minutes ago, on the east coast of Manhattan, Iron Man was directly beaten by the Absorbing Man, with the hammer of Griethith, breaker of wills. Hawkeye and Black Widow also encountered difficulties. The elite team of agents was unable to stop the worthy from wreaking havoc. Those hammers that were forged by the power of fear. Not only could they significantly improve the host's strength, but they also had various abilities attached to them. For example, applying an aura of fear that could lead people to insanity. An energy blast that was comparable to that of a naval gun missile. Magic that could petrify flesh and blood, turning people into statues. Generally speaking, unless they were like Luke. Full points in both physical resistance and magic resistance, no shortcomings at any end. It would be very difficult to fight a worthy on their own. Considering such a difficult and powerful enemy, in addition to the Juggernaut, there were 7. Captain America couldn't help but feel a headache. The Sorcerer Supreme has something else to do. He said that he will appear when we need him most. Bucky, who took over his friend's job, rubbed his tightly locked brow. When we need him most. Maria Hill looked puzzled. This means it wasn't critical enough. In Comatage. In a room. He's Thor. The mighty and brave god of thunder. Luke turned his head and gazed at Strange, who was standing in the doorway. In the room, a fat man with a beer belly was lying in bed as if he was pregnant. His thunderous snore shook the walls on all 4 sides, scattering various food scraps and empty bottles under the table. His hair looked like it hadn't been washed in weeks and tangled in pigtails. Yes, he's been frustrated recently. Strange said awkwardly. This Thor had been eating and drinking in Comatage. If it weren't for the Sorcerer Supreme Luke Sake, Master Mordo would have kicked him out. It was unsightly to have a hobo-like guy wandering around the holy place every day. I didn't expect that Thor would end up taking the path of a fat otaku. Luke shook his head, a little amused. When he was in the movie universe, the God of Thunder, because of the tragic death of his brother, his sister's evil deed, his father's death, and his mother's assassination, half of the population of Asgard turned into dust and other human tragedies. He fell into a long period of depression. He was addicted to Fortnite, fried chicken, and beer. There was a tendency to get fat. Later, Thor followed him to the New Earth 91. He found that although his younger brother was gone, he still had a younger sister. He was instantly full of spirit and re-energized. He didn't return to his original universe. Superman closed the door and listened to the thunderous snore. If the movie universe's Odin lived, he would be angry with Thor. He obviously ruined and wasted his training. He was raised to be a wise king since his birth, but in the end, he became the #1 fatty of Asgard. If Odin had a choice, he might regret why he didn't slam Thor to the wall in the first place. I went back before and came back again for Loki. Strange expressed his helplessness. As a former doctor, he just wanted to ask the Asgardian how orthopedic surgery was over there. What about Loki? Luke got to the point. She went back to Asgard, our Thor also went back. The Bifrost was closed, and Odin ordered that no one should enter or leave. Strange told him about everything he knew, about this impending crisis, and how Asgard behaved abnormally. Odin is still concerned about his son and can't afford to jeopardize the future king's life. Luke, interestingly, looked up at the sky and seemed to meet a pair of invisible eyes. Strange, wake the fatty up. Put the earth aside for the time being, and the serpent. He wants to restore his divine power at its peak, so he has to let the worthy under him create chaos and killings, making the fear spread. Before dealing with the serpent's minions, I'll go to Asgard to meet the All-Father, the King of the 9 Realms. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 16 comments. Vote. Chapter 405, Chapter 403. At the end of the Rainbow Bridge, the plan to destroy the Earth. Asgard, on the Bifrost. Heimdall, who had a large sword in his hands, withdrew his gaze and thought to himself, Kamataj's new Sorcerer Supreme is really something else. It was only a subtle peek, and the other party noticed it. Maybe he will be able to stand on an equal footing with Odin in the future. Heimdall praised. The Ancient One's strength was undeniable, but his successor might not be able to accomplish what he did. This was like Odin's name, which shook the 9 realms. But his son, Thor, would often have a hard time. Among the few strong people in Midgard, the only one on par was the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamataj. Heimdall thought so. He had seen the previous Sorcerer Supreme battle that was broadcasted live across the universe and thought he knew Luke's strength. Regardless of the fact that he took Strange with him, he broke into Hell alone and faced Mephisto. The Asgard gatekeeper was also impressed by the victory he achieved against the devil. However, this crisis in Midgard can't be solved by one person's intervention. As Odin's confidant, Heimdall was responsible for guarding Asgard's gates from all walks of life. With a pair of mysterious eyes to observe the 9 realms, he naturally knew many unknown secrets. Among them, the existence of Kull, the serpent, Odin's brother, and Asgard's former king. This was a secret that even Thor didn't know. Of course, there were so many other secrets he kept. His younger sister's origins, older sister's existence, his father and his uncle turning against each other. In this way, Asgard's royal family was really messy. Sibling discord was also a fine tradition, left over from the previous generation. Heimdall, let me through. Suddenly, Asgard's gatekeeper saw Thor and Loki, as well as his followers, the warriors 3 of Asgard, and Sif, who was his childhood friend. The group marched up to the Bifrost with momentum. Thor, the leader, waved his arm and motioned for Heimdall to make way. Don't you know Odin's orders? The palace is sealed from inside and outside, and it is forbidden for anyone to enter or leave Asgard. The gatekeeper's face was expressionless. His tall figure was like a mountain, blocking in front of Thor and the others. Father shouldn't do this. He taught us that Asgard is the protector of the 9 realms since childhood. Thor's words were righteous. He didn't even blink, and his words were full of strength. Now that there is a crisis in Midgard, I should go to help. Whether as the son of Odin or as an avenger. Heimdall still shook his head, indifferent to Thor's sincere request. He was only loyal to the king of Asgard, and Odin's will was above all else. Unless Thor succeeded the throne immediately, he had no authority over him. Odin is doing this for your own good, Thor. You shouldn't doubt him, he's your own father. Heimdall said one more sentence in consideration of his usual friendship with Thor. Thor and Kull, the lives of these two, were tightly bound together because of a curse and prophecy and couldn't be separated or severed. If one person died, the other would die too. Odin only had Thor left. He was the only successor. Despite his son's unsatisfactory performance, the king of Asgard remained patient, teaching slowly and waiting for the day of his success. After all, the eldest daughter rebelled, and Loki was adopted. If he gave up on Thor and sired another heir, on the one hand, he was too old. On the other hand, Odin had little confidence in his ability to educate. If the new child was worse than Thor, wouldn't it break his heart? I remember the father saying, "No matter what the threat, we are gods. We are to lead the mortals. To give shelter and guard as we should." Thor was very stubborn and didn't listen at all. He had friends and a girlfriend in Midgard. How could he sit back and watch the crisis happen and the destruction come? Asgard is as strong as steel, always unstoppable and unbeatable. Thor said in a loud voice, like a brave warrior with good intentions and unbridled passion. That's why the inhabitants of other worlds submit to us, to receive shelter and offer respect and admiration. But now, we turned a blind eye to Midgard and even took the initiative to close the gates and retreat to the palace. Boom! Thor hadn't finished speaking, but suddenly clouds gathered in the clear sky. The dazzling light passed through, emitting a loud noise. Suddenly, like lightning, the eight-legged horse swept through the dark sky and appeared in everyone's eyes. Wearing golden armor, the majestic king of the 9 realms looked down. "Thor, why did you disobey my orders?" Odin, with a stern look, glanced at the silent Loki. The latter trembled and lowered her head. In his view, Thor might have been bewitched by Loki. The eldest son was too lacking in thinking and discernment that he was always led by the nose by his second daughter. Everyone in Asgard supported Thor's accession to the throne, but he only cared about what his sister wanted. Such a disappointment. Thinking about this, Odin's heart felt even more annoyed. "All-Father, King of Asgard, please forgive me for my mistakes." Thor raised his head and wanted to argue. Who knew that Loki would nudge him, so he had to bow his head first. "But, Father, we shouldn't give Midgard up and let the darkness attack Midgard." Thor's retreat was just to start the charge again. As Odin expected, he learned courage and persistence through his exile on Midgard and his suffering. But these excellent qualities were somewhat out of place. "You're teaching me how to do things now?" Odin's one eye emitted a sharp light. The powerful force surging around him caused the warriors 3 and Sif to bend the knee and submit. "You are teaching me how to be a qualified king?" "Ha! Thor, answer me," Odin coldly asked. The dark sky resounded with thunder as if to express the inner anger of the god king. "Father, I meant to say." Thor was silent for a moment, then clutched Mjolnir and struggled to explain. But Odin interrupted it with a wave of his hand. "You don't know what crisis Midgard has to face. That's the serpent, Kull. The god of fear from Asgard. An ancient one who should have been asleep, who should have been imprisoned." Odin shouted in anger, and the light behind him grew brighter and brighter. The sound of thunder intensified. His awakening means that the 9 realms will fall into darkness. The trumpet of war has been blown, and you, the future king of Asgard, are still thinking of the mortals on Midgard. "Thor, you disappoint me. Midgard is a bargaining chip that must be sacrificed. Take a closer look. Didn't you see that the Bifrost's energy core is filling up? It's aimed at Midgard." Thor turned his head sharply. His eyes burst with light, looking at Heimdall. It seemed like a question, but it also seemed like a request for confirmation. The latter nodded helplessly, confirming what Odin said was true. "Father, you want to destroy Midgard?" Thor's voice trembled. His eyes were full of disbelief and shock. He never thought that the majestic and glorious God King of Asgard would do such a cruel thing. The Bifrost could remove special barriers from any world, transport armies, and send individuals. It's a weapon of annihilation that could destroy a planet. The home of the frost giants, Jotunheim, once lost a quarter of its land to a bombardment by the Bifrost. If Laufey hadn't surrendered, Odin wouldn't have minded having one less world to visit. He had the confidence and the power. Yes, the serpent cull will awaken from Earth. Odin nodded, not denying it. There are billions of lives in Midgard, and the fear they provide is enough to make the serpent an unstoppable and powerful god. The only way to ensure Asgard's safety is to destroy the hotbed of nourishment before he regains his full strength. When he got the answer, Thor feebly lowered his head. His throat rolled, trying to keep talking. A moment later, he painfully said, "Billions of lives. You want to kill all the humans and become a mass murderer. Shut up. As the future king, you're only responsible for the people of Asgard. You don't need to worry about the life and death of the other worlds." Odin thundered. He had a look of disappointment on his face. This was all Loki's fault. She ruined Thor. Comment. 23 comments. Vote. Chapter 406. Chapter 404 Dramatic scene of father's love and dutiful son, it's all the world's fault. Feeling Odin's sharp gaze, Loki couldn't help but quietly move her legs and retreat behind Thor. The king of Asgard was burning with anger, ready to find an unlucky person to vent his fury. At this time, confronting it was definitely a self-destructive move. "Father, I'm disappointed in you, too." Thor couldn't accept it. The electric light that flashed in his eyes couldn't help but dim down. Odin's image in his mind had always been a radiant, heroic, benevolent, and wise great king. But the answer just now mercilessly punctured Thor's fantasy. "Rebellious!" Odin shouted angrily. A thick thunderbolt came down from the sky and blasted at Thor. The latter subconsciously raised the Mjolnir in his hand. However, he was surprised to find that the weapon that he used to wield like an extension of his arm was now as heavy as a million mountains and difficult to lift. Boom! The lightning was like a dragon, with its teeth and claws wrapping around Thor's powerful body. "Mjolnir is the honor I have bestowed upon you." Looking down from high above, Odin's icy gaze carried a complex touch of contempt and loss. "I can give it to you, and I can also take it away." Thud. Mjolnir dropped to the surface of the Bifrost. No longer responding to Thor's call. As he lost his weapon, his whole body felt as if it had been shackled, layer after layer. The burning lightning struck his body like needles, causing a continuous stinging sensation. Despite this, Thor didn't give in. The Avengers, his girlfriend Jane, familiar figures flashed through his mind. The muscles of his arms were bulging like hills. Suddenly, he broke free from the lightning shackles with a furious roar. Odin was slightly surprised but turned to joy. He ridiculed, "Thor, you finally realized you're the god of thunder, not the god of hammers. Father, please give me a chance. Let me go to Midgard." Free of the lightning shackles, Thor no longer disobeyed Odin but got down on one knee and bowed his head. He had already figured out that nothing good could come from hastily confronting the king of Asgard. Such stubbornness. Odin shook his head and spoke to Loki, "You took your stupid, reckless brother, who doesn't know how to focus on the future, and have dragged him down with you. Destroying Midgard is not only to protect Asgard but also to protect you, Thor. Maybe you can't understand the decisions I've made today. You will understand when you are in this position in the future. A qualified king must know how to switch positions. Show mercy and majesty to his people. Responded with toughness and violence in the face of his enemies. Guarding the 9 realms and Midgard is a responsibility, but not an obligation. When necessary, we can give up our responsibilities. Do you understand? After Odin's emotional speech, he didn't want to waste time by continuing the confrontation with Thor. He swung Gungnir. The power of the runes turned into heavy metal chains and tied his disobedient son in a tight bundle. Asgard's All-Father, the supreme god king of the 9 realms, was really angry, and Thor simply couldn't fight back. The seemingly back and forth between father and son just now was just Odin's leniency towards his own son. Thor, I can't help you. Let's just accept this cruel reality obediently. Loki shrugged her shoulders and winked at the warriors 3, who was kneeling on the ground. In Asgard, Odin's will above all else, and no one could disobey it. Put him in prison in the lower level of the palace so that he can reflect on himself as a headstrong, reckless boy. The wrinkles on Odin's face seemed to grow deeper. Destroying a world with one's own hands required a sufficiently strong mental quality. In the face of billions of dead souls wailing, without a cold, hard heart, such a decision couldn't be made. Father, you're a cold-blooded butcher, you, humph. Humph humph. With Odin's cold glance, the rune power surged. A strip of metal covered Thor's mouth. In his view, there was no overnight grievance between father and son. Thor didn't understand it right now, just because he was too young. Time would dilute everything. The long life of the gods of Asgard would make him forget the human woman in that blue planet, Midgard, that would turn into dust. The warriors 3 lifted Thor, who was constantly struggling, and gradually went away. Himdall, how's Bifrost's energy-filling process coming along? After solving the disobedient son, Odin descended from the sky and landed on the bridge. 60%, we probably still need a day or so. Himdall replied. The Bifrost was Asgard's ultimate weapon. It was capable of extracting the huge energy of Yggdrasil, tearing the space barrier, and carrying out fixed-point transmissions. Similarly, it could also use this destructive power to level and crush a planet. Very good. Thor doesn't know Kull's power, nor does he understand how terrible the serpent will become when he awakens and draws on the fear of billions of living creatures. Odin helplessly sighed. His brother, the god of fear, the serpent, Kull, became brutal, warlike, and murderous when he took the throne. At that time, Asgard had many gods from the Aesir and the Vanir. As a result, 1/3 died at the hands of the serpent. Like the god of tempest, the god of sky, the god of forest, and so on. Kull forged 8 hammers of fear from their bones. In order to stop his brother's atrocities from continuing, Odin went to the bottom of the world tree, sacrificed one of his eyes, and hung upside down under the tree for 9 days and nights. Finally, I attained enlightenment and the power of the runes. After returning to Asgard, Odin held Gungnir and rode on an 8-legged horse. Together with the Aesir and Vanir gods, he defeated the Kull and ascended to the throne with the support of the people. This period of history was later erased by him. No one knew about this except for his wife Freyja and elders like Himdall. Therefore, Thor never knew he had an uncle he had never met. Everything is for Asgard, the gatekeeper said. Odin nodded, seemingly a little tired, ready to return to the palace. However, just as he turned around, he pulled back on the reins and turned his head to look at the Bifrost's core. Magic sparks cut through the void, cutting out a passage. I told you to hurry up. A clear voice containing mirth came out as if complaining about someone. I missed a wonderful show of father's love and dutiful son. Then, a more vigorous and rough voice sounded. How could I possibly do something to my father? I have always respected him and supported him from the bottom of my heart. Really? I heard that in the original universe, you were banished to the earth because you contradicted Odin, saying that he was a short-sighted old man and an old fool who lost his courage. Luke walked out of the portal and made fun of the chubby god of thunder behind him. Asgard had not only the fine tradition of sibling discord but also an excellent family tradition of father's love and dutiful son. It was common for a father to beat his son. But from Hela to Thor, Odin's own bloodline, both nearly beat up their own father. They were equally stubborn, equally conceited, and equally headstrong. It could be said that the father was kind to the child was dutiful. When meeting, they would directly swing their fists. It was almost, mainly because there was a gap of strength between them. Otherwise, Luke did not doubt that Thor, or Hela, would become that kind of dutiful son. My son, the day you were born, the very forests of Asgard whispered your name, Thor Odinson. He even helped Odin prepare his lines, just waiting for the Frostman. Too bad Thor used a hammer. Luke had some regrets. Sorcerer Supreme. Odin's gaze was slightly fixed, sitting on the eight-legged Sleipnir. He looked down on the young man who had taken the Ancient One's place. Yes. Your Majesty All-Father, can you give me a reasonable explanation? Luke walked up to the Bifrost with a calm face and a gentle smile, displaying a pleasant and talkative personality. What explanation? Odin asked knowingly. Without the consent of any official organization of the Earth and the national government, you are going to take destructive actions against our planet, our long-standing home. Luke asked indifferently. This is an act of cruelty that's even colder and worse than genocide. He couldn't feel the overpowering magic wave from the new Sorcerer Supreme, Luke's body. At least compared with the Ancient One, the other party was much worse. Are you going to prosecute me? Use the laws of Earth to put me on trial? Odin sneered and rhetorically asked. Boy, do you think you're worthy of making such a big speech in front of me? That's a no-brainer. Luke grimaced and put away his smile. Why must a pacifist be forced to use violence? It's the world's fault. Comment. 15 comments. Vote. Chapter 407, Chapter 405 How the Sorcerer Supreme Fights with His Fists. Odin wasn't a good man. Although he looked like a kind old man. At most, there were some stubbornness, arrogance, and prideful faults. But this was only the surface. Odin had lived a long life. He had experienced enough power struggles, brutal fights, and years of warfare to finally reach old age. Asgard, the chariot, gradually stopped galloping. Therefore, he wanted to be a kind, wise, and prudent ruler. Leaving a good reputation in the history books of later generations. The existence of his elder brother Kull and his eldest daughter Hela were all erased. Only beautiful whitewashed legends were left, which were spread as stories. Nowadays, few people would mention how Odin treated his enemies when Asgard was expanding its territory. At that time, he was a famous warmonger in the 9 realms. Of course, the blame finally fell on Hel's head. This was just like Odin, stabbing his brother in the back, for the sake of Asgard, for the sake of love and peace. He could always find the right excuse to wash the blood off his hands. From this point of view, Odin did meet the requirements of being a king. I remember the reason why you rebelled against Kull. It was because he was too brutal and would lead Asgard into the abyss of destruction. Luke stepped onto the Bifrost, step by step. Heimdall stood in front of him in a vigilant, guarded posture. His Majesty Odin, who could replace him as the new king, doesn't seem to be much better than his elder brother. Or is it that in your eyes, lives in other worlds are worthless, and only Asgardians have the right to survive? In the face of Luke's questioning, Odin was silent. The complicated mood only lasted for a moment and then dissipated. Compared with Thor's life and Asgard's survival, his inner moral dilemma was too insignificant. Odin was very decisive, not entangled. He raised the Gungnir in his hand and pointed his spear at the overly young-looking Sorcerer Supreme. I will not justify my actions. Right or wrong, even if the Ancient One was here today, it won't prevent the destruction of Earth. As the most powerful and strongest of the 9 realms, Odin and the Ancient One sat on equal footing at the top 2 positions. Behind the Sorcerer Supreme stood the Vishanti, and Asgard also had those who sit above in shadow as its backer. To really fight, Odin thought that it was an evenly matched 50-50 situation. Nothing to be afraid of. Since the Ancient One wasn't here with them, it may not be a good decision. His successor was even less qualified. So, the King of Asgard issued a declaration of war. Time is running out. The serpent has recovered. I originally thought that I could migrate some human beings to other worlds and preserve the fires of your civilization, but by the time Heimdall noticed this, it was too late. Odin slowed down his tone, although he took a tough stance of if you want to fight, I will fight. But if it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to get into too much trouble with the Sorcerer Supreme's people. While using force to deter, he used words to diffuse. It can be said that Odin played this set of tactics very wisely, worthy of being a king for so long. Gee, Thor, you see. This is your father's style of doing things. Luke didn't appreciate it at all and sneered, obviously, you're a slaughterer. Still, you have to comfort yourself and deceive others, saying you have no choice. The god of thunder, a chubby guy wearing sunglasses, shook his head and firmly said, my father, the Odin of my universe, would never do this. Bullshit. That's the movie universe for you. Everything was politically correct. How could the Earth be destroyed? Luke laughed and thought so silently. However, the comic universe didn't have so many scruples. For the sake of sales and publicity, under the release of self-indulgence, superheroes could slay the whole world. Thor. Odin, who wanted to shout a reprimand, only then noticed the greasy fat man standing behind Luke. The messy hair, the pregnant-like belly, and the big, round, somewhat deformed face. It made Odin wonder if he was mistaken. How could this be his son? The strong, tall, and handsome Thor. To be honest, I don't really want to call a world-destroying butcher father, even though you are, in a way, my father. The chubby Thor scratched his head, shrugged, and said so. Odin refreshed his perception of the world by bombarding Earth with the Bifrost. He never thought that his father would do such a cruel thing. Who told Odin to instill in Thor that a king should be kind, wise, tolerant and dignified, since childhood? It was just a speech, but he didn't expect Thor to really listen to it. This should be the failure of his family's education. That's it. That's the end of this father-son bonding time. Thor, you step back. Luke rubbed his palm like a warm-up exercise before a boxing match. He looked up at the clear sky where the clouds had cleared, and the golden palace stood like a mountain peak. Seemingly pitying and regretful. Then he softly said, what a pity. It's better to go back to the hands-on part that I'm more familiar with, and you're more used to. Luke withdrew the emotions from his eyes and curved the corners of his mouth into a slight smile. If I were to reason with someone, I don't think I would be able to talk my way out of a situation that would make Odin, the king of the 9 realms, take a step back and compromise. Similarly, you can't use a hypocritical excuse for me to turn around and destroy the blue planet together with you. So, let's just talk with our fists. Odin took a deep breath at his words. As if he had made a decision, his eyes turned indifferent. He urged the 8-legged horse to fly into the sky gradually. Large gloomy clouds surged again, like rushing waves, one after another, blotting out the clear sky and casting a terrifying shadow. Lightning, thunder, tearing through the dark curtain, emitting light and sound that shook the world as if it were special effects on stage. Please move aside. Luke took a step forward when the chubby god of thunder drew far away. Heimdall raised his sword. Before he could launch an attack, he felt a strong palm pressing on his head. Then, there was a violent roar in his ear. The surging waves of air struck his face, causing a painful sensation. Heimdall felt an overwhelming force attacking, and his body lost control. Boom! Asgard's gatekeeper turned into a cannonball, drew a beautiful arc in the air, and fell under the Bifrost. You're much ruder than the Ancient One. Odin's eyes looked calm. No one could see any emotions. The Gungnir, held in the right hand, was glowing with lighting. The original power of the runes surged and boiled. All of Asgard slightly trembled as if responding to Odin's demand. Heavy pressure squeezed the air, causing people almost to suffocate. Obviously, Luke's actions aroused Odin's anger. Boom! A terrifying thunderbolt as thick as a mountain peak descended from the sky. The huge amount of energy alone was enough to crush steel and turn it into powder. The thunderbolt directly smashed down, enveloping Luke, who didn't dodge. The aftermath spread out, and the Bifrost shook. A cluster of intense light burst out. The temperature was so high, it could melt gold and iron. However, the sturdy figure in the middle of it didn't waver. Luke's face was expressionless. He held out both hands. The huge thunderbolt, as thick as a mountain peak, was torn apart by his fierce strength. The world suddenly turned quiet. The slithering bolt of electricity pulsated, the damaged battle suit was healed as before, and there wasn't even a scratch on him. He was Superdemon. He had no fear towards Odin's magical rune powers. It's my turn. Luke caught the surprise on Asgard's king's face and smiled gently. He flew up into the sky and threw his fist. Boom! Boom! Atmospheric bursts instantly overshadowed the loud thunder. At that moment, Odin's expression turned grave. He saw Sorcerer Supreme's fist stirring the storm clouds. The terrifying force caused friction in the air, releasing a dazzling red light. The surrounding moisture vaporized, and the temperature suddenly increased. It was similar to being in a furnace. The rampant airflow, the constant loud explosions. The air was frantically compressed, sweeping away everything and crushing everything as if it was the solid matter. The nearby protruding peaks were affected by the wave and immediately disintegrated and turned into powder. He could see the terrifying effect. With one hand on the reins and the other on the Gungnir, Odin effortlessly broke through the terrible storm that was coming at him. The 8-legged Sleipnir neighed as if proudly stating the might of the All-Father. But, in the next second, Odin's expression drastically changed, no longer as calm as before. Stop! The sound of an angry shout exploded, bombarding Asgard. The terrifying sound wave carrying infinite anger sent ripples of intense waves, visible to the naked eye. It turned out that Luke's fist was not aimed at Odin. His goal was the Bifrost. Comment. 18 comments. Vote. Chapter 408, Chapter 406 All-Father Battle, How Dare You Kill My Horse? Bifrost was Asgard's channel to all the other worlds and the most powerful strategic weapon. Relying on the massive world tree, it drew a steady stream of energy and formed a complete circulation system, which was usually supervised and guarded by Heimdall. Such a magnificent project took 100 years to complete. The dwarfs of Nidavellir, as well as the skillful craftsmen of the Aesir, joined hands to create this masterpiece. It wasn't only Asgard's shield for defense but also a spear for the attack. It goes without saying how important it was. From the beginning, Luke didn't want to fight Odin directly. If two All-Father-level beings fought at the top, it would be a tough collision. Distinguishing a winner wouldn't happen in a short time. Their physical ability, spirit, and vitality had long surpassed the ordinary, which was difficult to predict. If one party wanted to kill the other party, a great price needed to be paid. So, instead of spending time fighting Odin, it was better to destroy the Bifrost that was threatening Earth as soon as possible, and this should be the top priority. A false move successfully distracted Odin's attention. Luke swung his fist and threw it down. The Bifrost itself was strong and unshakable. In the movie universe, Thor was trying to stop Loki from destroying Jotunheim and exterminating the frost giants. He smashed the Bifrost with Mjolnir, trying to destroy the Bifrost, which was releasing terrifying energy. But in the face of Superman's Iron Fist, not to mention the Bifrost, even the giant floating island carrying Asgard, could hardly withstand the fierce impact of this formidable force. Stop! At the same time, Odin noticed Luke's real intentions and shouted angrily. He tugged at the reins and urged Sleipnir to move. Stepping on thunder, Sleipnir was like a bolt of lightning, passing through the dark sky. It took only one breath to burst in front of Luke. Odin's Gungnir carved out a powerful trajectory, pointing directly at the Sorcerer Supreme. However, it was still too late. Crack! The terrifying force of the fist bombarded the Bifrost without reservation. The huge bridge across Asgard, connecting the palace and Yggdrasil. Like a delicate and fragile piece of porcelain, a fierce crack blossomed on it. The energy surging within the Bifrost seemed to have found a way to break through. A torrent of dazzling colors bursts out of control. The wide bridge body, which could hold several carriages running side by side, was split in the middle, and translucent fragments were scattered everywhere. The observatory, which served as the hub, was instantly flooded with a mass of intense light. The wreckage fell into the endless vortex of emptiness. The aftermath of the energy wave created a powerful circle of air that shook throughout Asgard. The guards of Asgard quickly assembled, and they witnessed this scene. Terrible storms stirred up the air currents and created whirlpools. On the calm sea, there were huge waves. It was like a white wall separating heaven and earth, pushing towards the direction of the palace. Despair. The guards lost their will to fight. Looking at the huge waves that could destroy Asgard, they inevitably felt an irresistible sense of despair. Bang! Gungnir cut through the air and failed to hit Luke. A bright silver light extended from his hand and turned into a sharp sword, shattering Odin's certain shot. The 10th metal from the studio next door was completely fearless against Gungnir's unparalleled sharpness. The spear and sword collide, sending out ear-splitting sound waves and blowing up big waves. Seeing the impact from the explosion of the Bifrost, triggering landslides and tsunamis. A trace of anger and hatred swept through Odin's eyes. As he rode the eight-legged horse, he turned around. The runes triggered thunder, causing friction in the atmosphere and bringing up the temperature. In a few breaths, the white wall formed by the giant wave evaporated, and a large cloud of mist rose up and covered Asgard. Seeing the god-kings move, the gods of Asgard swept away the despair in their eyes and let out a fervent cheer. But Odin's expression wasn't even remotely happy. On the contrary, he had been furious to the extreme. His killing intent was burning, completely leaving behind the scruples associated with the Vishanti and the Ancient One. Losing the Bifrost, Asgard would, for a short time, lose its only weapon that could destroy the earth. It also meant that he could only sit back and watch the serpent, Kull, grow stronger and lead his army to slay Asgard. You have succeeded in bringing Earth and Asgard, together, to the brink of extinction. Odin's line of sight was locked on the sturdy figure standing in midair. A dark red cloak fluttered like a flag. If you really want to protect Asgard and your people, sacrifice everything and take the blame for it. Luke felt Odin's intense momentum building up and climbing and thought that this was probably the most dangerous opponent he had ever encountered. Your benevolent, wise, and mighty majesty, king of the gods, why are you not willing to sacrifice your own son, Thor? The prophecy says that only the god of thunder can kill the serpent and end the final destiny of all things from dying. Odin kept silent. Thor was the future of Asgard. How could he take the initiative to sacrifice Thor's life to save the country and his people? If the eldest son died, who would succeed the throne? Loki. Let the bloodline of a frost giant tarnish the glory of the Aesir gods. Or release Hela. Let a crazy woman lead Asgard to destruction. Odin sneered and gathered up his superfluous emotions. Arcs of electric light jumped and lingered on his golden armor. Gungnir lit up with countless shimmering lights, which were the power of the rune markings. The long white hair waved wildly in the wind, and a powerful force as heavy as a mountain radiated out. It seemed as if all beings should kneel at his feet. The one eye, filled with a chilling aura, stared directly at Luke. Odin lifted the Gungnir like an elderly knight charging forward. Swish! A man and a horse moved like a stream of light. Even Luke's dynamic vision couldn't see Odin's flashing figure too clearly. But the Deathstroke card embedded the world's sharpest combat instincts in his bones. It silently alerted him. The 10th metal was placed across his chest. Bang! Under the dark sky, the golden thunder collided with the silvery white light, bursting out with a silent and destructive force. The waves roared at the feet of the two men. In a flash, it disintegrated and evaporated into a large void. The nearby peaks were like crisp biscuits. They broke and collapsed in an instant. They then turned into dust, billowing up to the sky. Luke's body lost control, and with a sharp pain from his chest, he flew backward. He crashed into the deep sea like a cannonball. A cold, choking feeling covered Superman's body. He was bleeding. Gungnir's unparalleled sharpness sliced through Luke's chest, through the 10th metal. Bone deep. Blood gushed out. It's been a long time since I've been injured. The pain was clear, he was really aware of it in his consciousness. Luke fell to the bottom of the sea and smashed several pieces of reefs. He finally stopped and regained control of his body. He looked down at his healing chest, and a glint of excitement appeared in his eyes. Asgard's All-Father was really worthy of his name. Boom! With a flick of his toes, Luke flew upward. The heavy pressure and currents of the deep sea couldn't interfere with him in any way. Breaking through the sea, the unparalleled sharpness that could cut anything came right at him. Gungnir. Golden thunder lingered around it, like a dazzling sun, hurled straight down. Luke didn't back off and didn't dodge. Instead, holding the 10th metal, he took the initiative to confront it. The bright silver light exploded with power, space seemed to be distorted, the light shifted as if the void collapsed. The long sword slowly swung, but it hit Gungnir, which came flying like a stream of light. A terrifying force passed along the 10th metal to Luke's right hand. The wound cracked and spilled a few drops of blood. In an all-father collision, the injury was inevitable. Thanks to Superman's recovery ability, Luke wasn't afraid of the self-inflicted injury-for-injury style of fighting but rather welcomed it. A tenacious opponent. Odin, who was riding on the horse, Sleipnir, put away his original contempt. He regained his grip on Gungnir, who flew out with a whoosh. A crack opened on the surface of the supreme artifact that existed in legends. The successor of Ancient One is actually a thug who uses brute force. Odin, a little saddened, stroked Gungnir. Then, he raised his spear again and prepared to throw it. Thousands of runes lit up, overflowing with a terrifying energy. This throw could smash half the world. Well, I've experienced the might of your majesty, and it's time to give something back. Under Luke's feet, the air exploded, setting off a furious wave, like a supersonic aircraft ejected from the starting point. The eight-legged horse that galloped on thunder turned into a stream of light and avoided Superman's surprise attack. The God King's mount, Sleipnir, flew like lightning through the dark sky. The 10th metal sword condensed into a bright silver light, cutting through the dark clouds. The furious attack missed, and where it landed, space shattered and collapsed, forming a deep vortex. Too young. Odin lamented. The young Sorcerer Supreme lacked combat experience. The attack was rushed, but he caught its true intent and again lost the opportunity. Asgard's God King sneered. Gungnir's blade reflected cold light, quietly disappearing into the void. In the next moment, the golden stream of light penetrated Luke's body. Whoosh! There was a burst of brightly colored snowflakes as if a bubble had popped. It was the images of Icon. Careless. Odin felt a sense of unease. Luke had been fighting with his fists and sword since the beginning. This made him completely ignore the obvious fact that the other party was the Sorcerer Supreme. The God King raised the reins, and the eight-legged horse neighed loudly. He was about to turn into lightning again and flee away. This sword is my gift to your majesty. Luke's figure suddenly appeared in front of Odin. The 10th metal was swung straight down. The bright silver light was reflected in Odin's one eye, and fear rose in his heart. He hastily moved back. A splash of blood came out and splashed on his pale face. Odin's mount, Sleipnir, the eight-legged horse, was split in half and fell to the sea below. In a few moments, it was eaten up by the sea creatures that smelled the blood. How dare you kill my horse? Odin wiped the blood from his face and touched the deep marks on his golden battle armor chest. He hadn't experienced this kind of life-threatening suffocation in a long, long time. Comment. 19 comments. Vote. Chapter 409, Chapter 407 Gods and Human Beings, Breaking Through the 9 Realms. Odin's family had a lot of traditional habits that were passed down from generation to generation. For example, siblings having a poor relationship. Loki stabbed Thor with a knife on the back, and Hela poked out one of her brother's eyes, all of which demonstrated that In the previous generation, Odin was merciless too. He pulled his brother down from the throne, beat him up and sealed him in the deep sea for thousands of years. This deep brotherhood was simply touching. In addition to family disagreements, generational damage, and serious educational deficiencies, Odin and Thor, the father and son, also had severe fetishes. Just like how the son was inseparable from Mjolnir, sleeping, and bathing with it. His Majesty, the God King of Asgard, also had several beloved items. For example, the Gungnir spear was made of the branch of Yggdrasil and the metal Oru. Fast as a meteor and always hitting its target, it could be called a legendary magical weapon. The tip of the spear was stained with the blood of many enemies. The other was the eight-legged horse, Sleipnir, who accompanied him in his conquest of the 9 realms. Let's just say that Odin rode it for about the same amount of time as he did Freyja. He pampered the horse as much as his own wife. Therefore, it could be seen that the eight-legged horse had an important role in God King's heart. But now the horse was gone. The horse was dismembered in front of him. What a heavy blow this was. Sleipnir. A painful look passed through Odin's eyes, and memories flashed through his mind. Looking back thousands of years ago, he rode on Sleipnir's body, galloping across the 9 realms in high spirits. What a wonderful memory it was. Simply wistful. But now, Luke's sword split Sleipnir in half. The grudge of killing his horse was unforgivable. The dark sky thundered as if responding to the wrath of the All-Father. Thick as a mountain peak, the dazzling golden thunder directly struck the dark sea. Attracted by the smell of blood, the sea beasts floating up for dinner didn't even get the chance to let out a sound. Their flesh and blood turned into charcoal and evaporated into a wisp of smoke. They just want to have a good meal. Why should your Majesty get angry? Be careful, animal protection organizations could condemn you. Luke added fuel to the fire and spoke in a sinister manner. Anyway, they were already disregarding politeness, and there was no need to act polite anymore. You killed my horse. Very well, even if the Ancient One and the Vishanti come, they can't stop me from taking revenge for Sleipnir. Odin's one eye glowed. The intense murderous energy dispersed the flowing clouds, tore the atmosphere, and filled the air with substantial pressure. The surrounding space buzzed with a reverberating sound. Golden currents of electricity, like small snakes slithering, lingered around his armor. Each pulse caused a surge of energy and the destruction of matter. Then, the light distorted, and space shattered. It was as if the world couldn't bear the full power of the All-Father and began to collapse. I have killed the God King's horse. I will accept your thunderous anger and revenge. The corners of Luke's mouth, which had been hooked up, gradually faded away and became flat. You intend to destroy Earth and slaughter billions of human beings. How should I calculate this account? Withdrawing the bioforce field, Superman's body unleashed its own energy and magnificence without reservation. Boom! The void seemed to collapse. It directly broke open. A vast dark hole suddenly appeared. It sucked everything. Swallowing everything. The two momenta collided with each other and generated endless destructive force. The Asgard guards who were standing below were stunned. They were supposed to protect Asgard and expel the enemy. But when they arrived, they discovered that they couldn't even participate in this high-level battle at all. That's the Sorcerer Supreme of Midgard. Someone was well informed and recognized Luke. The universe-wide live broadcast gradually spread Superman's name among the stars. His Majesty Odin will win. Someone shouted. Compared with Luke, a newcomer, Odin's prestige was even greater. He had rarely suffered a defeat in his life, conquering the 9 realms and pacifying the turmoil. Defeated the frost giants of Jotunheim and single-handedly defeated the flame giant Searcher. In terms of performance, no one could tell how much better his glorious history was than Superman. The guards of Asgard, who could only stand there, repeatedly retreated. They were completely afraid of approaching the battlefield. Loki, what happened? Further away, Thor, who was being held in the lower prison of the palace, felt the same intense disturbance. Asgard was like a bumpy ship, swaying on the turbulent waves. The runes unscrupulously extracted the power of the World Tree. Thor, who had Aesir's divine blood flowing through his body, vaguely sensed the abnormality. Did Father meet a strong enemy? He asked. Yes, Odin's horse is dead. Loki's face showed a gloating expression. She always disliked the ill-tempered 8-legged horse. When she was a child, she just wanted to climb up secretly, but in turn, she was kicked by 8 hooves. She couldn't get out of bed for a whole month. Afterward, Odin just said a few words, no punishment at all. The daughter wasn't as good as a horse. To this day, Loki still had resentment in her heart. Who is it? Thor narrowed his eyes. Sleipnir, the 8-legged horse, was Odin's favorite steed. Even Thor couldn't touch it casually. The Sorcerer Supreme. The projection magic ended when Loki extinguished the ball of light in her palm. She couldn't see the changes in the battlefield through the layer of mist. Thor, stay here and reflect on yourself. Don't anger Father anymore. Wearing a green cloak, Loki left the lower prison of the palace. She went to the observation deck at the top and looked at the 2 figures under the dark sky from a distance. Suddenly, she felt a little uneasy. That silly guy, he also came over. Through the mist and lightning, Loki saw the chubby god of thunder, who had gained 2 more roles. With Odin's order to seal Asgard, she had left Earth. Loki's views on the chubby Thor were very complicated. This Thor was more considerate than the one in prison. Although the other party liked to giggle and had no dignity or bearing of an Asgard prince. But, how should she put it? The feeling of being cared for wasn't bad and made Loki feel very happy. I have 2 brothers. What a nightmare. She shook her head and refocused her attention on the confrontation on the battlefield. I have to admit, young Sorcerer Supreme, you gave me a big surprise. Odin raised his feet. On the 8-legged horse, he was like lightning passing through the sky. After he lost Sleipnir, he didn't slow down much. The golden figure resembled a jumping electric current. In several successive and swift flashes, Gungnir's unparalleled sharpness struck Luke like a viper's bite. Keeping up with the rhythm, Superman blocked Gungnir with the 10th metal. Sparks erupted from the 2 weapons, sending out shocking sound waves. Like the collision of 2 asteroids, creating terrible ripples. Not only have I not experienced the feeling of injury in a long, long time, but I haven't met a strong opponent worthy of my best efforts in a very long time. Odin swept back. After retreating, he charged again. The God King of Asgard and the Sorcerer Supreme of the Comitage clashed several hundreds of times in a flash. Their weapons collided, bodies collided, and the after effects were radiated in all directions. The buildings around the palace looked like they were made of sand. They collapsed in an instant, turning into dust. If the fight continues, Asgard would be destroyed. Loki thought to herself as she watched. Every time the 2 All-Fathers collided, there would be a storm of destruction. How about a different battlefield? Odin threw Gungnir out, forcing Superman's assault away. "I think it's quite good here." Luke slightly smiled as his body, which was as heavy as a Celestial's body, flew towards the palace. Wherever he passed, space collapsed, and buildings shattered. Like a walking catastrophe. How come I never realized that the Sorcerer Supreme was so repulsive before? Odin's face twitched with anger. He turned into a pulsating golden bolt of lightning, crossing space and catching up with Superman's footsteps. Who would have thought that Luke would turn around and fire a blow? The 10th metal's brilliant silver glow, like an infinite streak, attacked Odin. He blocked the attack with Gungnir, and they both collided. Boom! It instantly created a vacuum. The surrounding buildings, like scattered powder, floated in the air. Gungnir wavered. Luke's eyes narrowed as he seized a rare opportunity. Superman's body ripped through the atmosphere and pulled out a powerful straight line. Off guard, Odin was hit by a punch. The God King felt as if there were tons of dynamite exploding on his cheek. As his head buzzed, the All-Father's body was pushed backward at the speed of sound, collapsing one magnificent building after another. Ah! Pain. The feeling he hadn't tasted for a long time was awakened in Odin's memory. It was as if he was back on the battlefield of the 9 realms, facing an endless number of powerful enemies. A good hard fist. Before Odin could stand up, Superman rushed in front of him. For a while, Odin, who couldn't call Gungnir back, had to deal with it with his fists. Boom! 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 Like a high-temperature sword, heat vision cut through the ground without hurting Asgard's God King. A surge of power exploded from Odin's palm. It struck Superman in the chest but didn't send him flying. The firm bioforce field gripped the ground tightly and lifted up a large area of soil. Luke kicked off. A circle of air suddenly rolled up and exploded. He accelerated with all his might and delivered a straight punch. The air trembled. The extremely compressed air sent out a sharp howl as if something was physically piercing through. From Odin's single eye, a sharp beam shot out. Many people regard His Majesty as the great god of war of Asgard. But people ignored the fact that he was still a master of magic who was proficient in using the runes. Hundreds of shining rune characters, like small glowing suns, detonated in unison. Searing thunder, terrifying high temperatures, bone-chilling mists, sluggish frosts. Various elements collide with each other, releasing powerful magic. Fortunately, I have a magic resistance. Luke secretly rejoiced. If he were the Superman from the studio next door, he would have instantly died when facing Odin's powerful blow. With the elemental energy gushing out, another punch was hammered onto Odin's chest. Boom! The hard golden armor instantly fell apart. Holding back the blood in his throat, the God King clenched his right hand and struck Luke. They were in close combat. He was an experienced warrior. He understood that when he was at a disadvantage, he couldn't retreat, couldn't be afraid, and couldn't just defend. He took the initiative to attack, exchange injuries for injuries, showing fierceness and courage. This was the way to regain advantage. Who do you think you are fighting with? I'm Odin, the king of gods. The roar drowned out the loud bursts of air. The All-Father's fists were no worse than Superman's. Luke shot up like a cannonball. Despite the rapid healing of the shattered jawbone, Odin didn't give up. The two men, like ascending celestial bodies, broke through the boundary of Asgard and moved the battlefield to Vanaheim. This was where the Vanir lived, full of forests and lakes, full of peace and tranquility, like the legendary land of the elves. Boom! there was a loud explosion. Odin dodged Luke's heavy punches but was hit by a heavy and powerful knee. After smashing two solid mountains into the ground, the God King saw Superman descend from the sky, shooting out heat vision. The two of them broke through the thick layer of rock and tumbled to the boundary of Alfheim. Then there was Jotunheim, the world of the frost giants. The tens of thousands of miles of towering ice peaks appeared fragile in front of the All-Father's body. Large pieces of the mountain collapsed and smashed down, burying the frost giant's palace. As a king, Laufey was furious. The scarlet eyes glared at them, wanting to shout rebukes at the unwanted guests who had entered Jotunheim, tear their bones apart, and throw them to the beasts for food. Boom! Only to see a cloudy sky and burst of golden lightning. A crimson beam, like a long sword sweeping through, melted the ice and snow, cutting through the land. Forget it, let them go for today. Laufey silently retreated to his palace and instructed his men to open the underground palace. In case the two monsters came, he would go into hiding to avoid them. Who the hell is this? Who can compete with Odin like this? Laufey was the king of the frost giants and once a major problem for Asgard. He fought against Odin and knew the strength of the other party. Does a god bleed? Luke sneered when he saw that Odin's golden helmet was broken. Odin's armor collapsed, and his mouth was bleeding. You're the toughest human I've ever seen. You're more of a warrior than the old Sorcerer Supreme. The God King wiped away the blood and breathed in the cold air of Jotunheim. They regarded the sky as a battlefield, constantly moving around, kicking, and punching. A circle of exploding air crisscrossed into a complex and ever-changing flight path. Luke's right arm hung helplessly as if paralyzed. This was the price he paid. For one arm, he successfully exchanged it with a serious injury to Odin, making him cough blood. Jotunheim shook. Laufey stared at the gloomy sky. Two meteor-like figures ruthlessly fell. The hard frozen ground that has been frozen for 10,000 years ruptured with a bang. Odin and Luke crashed into the ground and broke through the wall of this world. Muspelheim, the realm of fire. Searcher, who was sitting in the palace, waiting for Ragnarok, suddenly raised his head. Did he see the wretched Odin and an equally injured human? The two figures fell towards the ground. In between their descent, they continued to throw their fists at each other. What's happening? Before the flame giant, Searcher could understand it. Muspelheim's ground, like a shaking carpet, rolled up one huge wave after another. The powerful shockwave spread rapidly and seemed to tear the whole realm in half. Searcher was dumbfounded. Superman's iron fist pierced the realm of fire. He fell into the vortex of the abyss with Odin. The two All-Fathers, with their hands free and their strength at their disposal, had broken through the 8 realms attached to the World Tree. Until Midgard. Binge. Super long chapter. Please don't forget to vote. Comment. 20 comments. Vote. Chapter 410, Chapter 408 The End of a Hero, The Sky Falling. Earth. In the eyes of Asgardians, this place was called Terra, also known as Midgard. Those arrogant people in the divine realm still had the stereotypical impression of this place as barbaric and primitive. Thor, who first came to Earth, or the warriors 3 of Asgard who followed him. By and large, they were looking down on this backward place which looked was weak on the surface but was actually the novice village for all walks of life. Not only for Earth but also for other worlds. After all, regional discrimination was a topic that was never out of date in any universe. even Asgardians who claim to be rulers and guardians of the 9 realms. Thousands of years ago, their ancestors defeated the Dark Elves and then defeated the Frost Giants. In addition, with Odin's presence, Asgard was in its prime, entering its most glorious phase. It was reasonable for them to look down on other realms and other races. Similar to the British, who despised Americans as Yankees during the Revolutionary War. Odin and Luke, who fought through the 8 realms in a row, alarmed countless people. They fell into the vortex and appeared in Midgard. Boom! God and Superman, one after another, broke through the barrier. Gungnir collided with the 10th metal, and a terrifying energy storm erupted. A burst of bright light flashed as if the sun lit up and then went out. Hundreds of glowing runes were detonated with a flourish. It was like a celestial body shattering, bombarding Superman's body with the aura of destruction. The tough and powerful flesh was violently impacted by the energy storm and was instantly covered with scorched black wounds. His whole body plunged down like a cannonball. Luke grinned. The bright silver glint of the 10th metal swept across Odin's neck. Just a little bit closer, it could have slashed off the God King's big head. Odin covered his neck, and blood oozed between his fingers. With an odd look, he looked at Luke as if he was deeply puzzled. In just a few breaths, the horrible wounds on his body were healed as before. The surrounding light seemed to darken as if swallowed by the Sorcerer Supreme. The vitality that was lost was filled back in a few moments. Is this human on drugs? Huff. Huff. Odin was panting, his eyes full of shock. The difficult battle had greatly depleted the physical, mental, and vital forces of both sides. In the past, the King of the Gods had never been afraid of anyone in terms of fighting and endurance. Because the Aesir gods, especially the royal bloodline, as they age, their quality would significantly improve in all aspects. At the same time, every once in a while, they would enter the dormant stage, just like animals hibernating or cocooning. As a powerful veteran who had been famous for thousands of years, Odin wouldn't lose to a human being in persistence. But the truth was brutal. Luke had never shown fatigue but had the tendency to fight even more bravely. Before, he had resisted the burst of magic power from runes, and it was obvious that he was severely injured and dying. But after a few deep breaths, his stats were back to full. It was as if he had taken something. Is it Vishanti's secret blessing? Odin couldn't help but wonder. But he also had the original power given by the World Tree. In addition, it was connected to all of Asgard. It didn't make sense that it was not as good as the Vishanti. This was a gift that he got by sacrificing an eye through a trial. At that time, Odin drank from the well of Mimi, hung upside down under the World Tree for 9 days and 9 nights, and finally received revelation, comprehended the rune, and gained unprecedented divine power. Otherwise, it was impossible to defeat Kull, who was the king of the gods at that time. Your Majesty, you are old, and it seems that you're out of your depth. Luke's voice was blown away by the gale and reached Odin's ears. The 2 men flew down with a bang and landed on a solid glacier. The ice layer, frozen for tens of thousands of years, shattered violently. Like a meteor hitting the Earth, it sent out a violent shockwave. The huge iceberg floating in the freezing sea was directly pierced by a human figure and collapsed as a whole, setting off huge waves. That was Odin. The ensuing heat vision melted the iceberg, evaporated water into steam, and penetrated the God King's chest. I think the winner has been decided. Luke landed on the ice. This was Antarctica, the coldest continent in the world. 98% of the area was covered by ice and snow all year round. The ice shelf alone covered an area of about 2 million kilometers squared, with an average thickness of about 2 kilometers. Superman looked around. This was a vast ice field in the middle of nowhere. In addition to the endless white ice, there were only giant icebergs floating sporadically on the surface of the sea. "You're not human." A large hole was punctured through Odin's chest. Flesh and blood were evaporated by the high temperature. He staggered to his feet, using the Gungnir to support himself. "I've never seen a human being like you, who doesn't know what death is and could fight on forever." A trace of sadness flashed in Odin's eyes. This was one of the few failures in his life. Before that, the God King of Asgard had never thought one day he would lose to a human. That was ridiculous. So much so that when it did happen, Odin had some difficulty accepting it. The cold wind whirled and blew over the body of the god whose life force was gradually dwindling. "I'm human, just slightly stronger," Luke answered with a smile. If it weren't for the Devastator card, he might not have beaten Odin. He nearly died several times but came back to life. After bearing the runes a few times, Superman's body had developed resistance instead, and the damage got lower and lower. This was the characteristic of the Devastator. The legendary weapon, Gungnir. The runes, from the World Tree. The All-Father level, with the divine bloodline. These divine objects and powers that mortals could only look up to throughout their lives were superimposed on one another, creating the supreme myth of Odin's unstoppable victory and invincibility. But today, the god had fallen. The myth shattered. Luke smashed it all with his own hands. "What are you going to do?" Odin closed his eyes, then opened them again. After all, he was the king of the gods. He would never fear death or beg for mercy from his enemies. Gungnir's peerless blade was pointed at Luke. It seemed to be a desperate attempt to fight to the end. "Kill you?" "No, not really." Luke smiled. The 10th metal retracted into his palm. The dark red cloak fluttered and stood out in the white environment. "I still need Asgard's power to fight against the serpent. If I cut off the head of the God King, Thor would definitely take revenge for you. And without your suppression, Hela of the underworld may also escape from her confinement. At that time, I would have to face the anger of your son and daughter. If I kill them all too, I would send your whole family back to the embrace of Yggdrasil. Superman would be reduced to a tyrannical villain. That wouldn't be good," Luke explained with a light smile. Odin smiled half-heartedly. He and the young Sorcerer Supreme experienced an All-Father level battle, and the other side won easily. Would he let me go? But after a moment's pause, Luke finally spat out this annoying twist. "You did have malice towards Earth and almost put it into practice. However, I stopped you. According to the laws of various countries in Midgard, this is called criminal attempt and is punishable by law." Odin felt something was wrong. He tentatively asked, "You want to put me on trial? Use the laws here to send me to prison. A god king can't stay with mortals." Luke's smile improved, but in Odin's eyes, it looked like the devil's. "Your Majesty, do you know where this is?" Odin lowered his Gungnir and seemed to be relaxed. He looked around and shook his head. "Forgot. A long time ago, Asgard and the Frost Giants, you and Laufey, fought in Midgard. The artifact of Jotunheim, the casket of ancient winters, opened, sending the planet into the Ice Age." Luke reminded. "This is the frozen land created by the casket, called Antarctica. Odin seemed to think of something, and his expression turned ugly. Gungnir was lifted again. I'm the king of Asgard. You can't humiliate me like this. Odin growled in a low voice. Like a warrior, either kill me and give me an honorable death. Or. Luke turned a deaf ear. He didn't wait for his opponent to finish and took a step forward. Superman's body tore the air. Odin, who had run out of vigor, couldn't dodge. He raised his hand and swung Gungnir. Gungnir's blade swept by, golden thunder burst out. Crackle! The electric arcs jumped and landed on the empty space. The thick ice melted into a huge hole. Luke, who pushed forward, smashed his fist into Odin's head. Bang! Like an iron strike. The God King was suddenly attacked, swayed twice, and fell down head first. Since it has occurred to you that Antarctica is the territory of your brother, Kull, let's go and catch up with him. Luke softly chuckled. He picked up the semi-conscious Odin with one hand and flung him out as if he were throwing a lead ball. I believe that Kull, the serpent, will spoil his brother well. My worthy are scattered all over the world. An old man with white hair and a scepter spoke in a hoarse voice. Behind him was Cynthia, the daughter of Red Skull, who had raised the hammer of Skadi. And, respectfully, Baron Strucker. My daughter, are you willing to conquer the world and spread fear for me? The old man turned his head and asked in a cold tone. He was wearing a robe woven from raven feathers, and his eyes were flashing with a ghostly green fire, just like a reanimated skeleton. I'm willing. Great All-Father. Cynthia held the hammer in one hand and knelt on one leg in submission. Baron Strucker followed suit. This was an ancient god. Well, then, go. Go with those brothers of yours, take over the world, and then attack Asgard. I want that golden palace to collapse and crumble. I want Asgard's blood to flow. Boom. The old man's declaration, full of hatred and anger, wasn't done yet, when an object from the sky, with friction and fire, smashed through the South Pole base and landed in front of him. Odin. He narrowed his eyes and saw the figure lying on the ground like a piece of garbage. My foolish brother, what happened to you? Comment. 21 comments. Vote. Chapter 411, Chapter 409 Fear's Army, Confusing No Man's Land. Odin looked up and saw the smiling old face, and memories of the past welled up in his mind. He and Kull were like Thor and Loki. Only more often, Odin acted as the latter. A character who wasn't open, honest and frank. At the same time, Kull didn't have the righteous and just heart to qualify as a benevolent king. There was a little darkness in their bones. Like a glass of water, it was mixed with violence and lust for power, becoming turbid. The two brothers cared about each other, walked with each other, parted ways, eventually turned against each other. Kull, you're still alive. The God King smiled and came up with a friendly greeting, fully demonstrating his concern for his brother. How could I die, Odin? Kull smiled, his ferocious face was full of joy. He was happy to see Odin's defeated appearance. Humph. The God King barely managed to pull himself up and sat on the ground. The messy white hair was stained with dust, and the big hole in his chest hadn't healed. The golden armor was falling apart, crumbling and broken. Gungnir, the unparalleled spear, was taken away by that damn human. All in all, Odin had nothing at this time and was extremely weak. Not as powerful as the previous or inspiring God King. Stupid brother, you shouldn't forget. I'm the king of Asgard. I've been recognized by the Yggdrasil and by the ancient gods. I'm the real king. Kull leaned down and spoke in a fierce tone. My life is connected with Asgard. Even if you master the power of the runes, you can't erase my existence. And you, Odin, are just a sinister villain, a despicable usurper. The more Kull spoke, the angrier he became, suddenly reaching out and strangling the God King's neck. The power of fear, like an ominous green flame, instantly turned into a long sword and nailed him firmly to the wall. When the sword was pierced through Odin's chest, he couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt. Then he gritted his teeth and glared at his brother. You're just a cruel tyrant, Kull. Father made the wrong choice. He shouldn't have chosen you as king. Odin was nailed to the wall with a sword, and the power of fear seeped into his body. Like maggots, they gnawed at his flesh. While suffering unimaginable torture, he retorted, the Vanir, the Aesir, the dwarfs, you killed several of their gods, remember? You skinned them, stripped them of their divine power, and forged the hammers of fear. If you continue to lead Asgard, it will only be driven to the abyss of destruction. Odin spoke with conviction, meeting Kull's cold eyes without fear. He didn't think he did anything wrong, nor did he think it was a betrayal. You're still so fond of making excuses for yourself, Odin. Asgard's god of fear coldly said. Do you remember when you were a child? Once you sneaked out behind father's back to the altar of the Vanir gods in the forest and brought back a white colt with 8 legs. What was its name? Sleipnir. The Vanir found out, accused the Aesir of being despicable thieves, and demanded the return of the colt. Father flew into a rage and wanted to punish you severely. But, no matter what father asked, Odin, you never admitted that you had stolen the horse. You replied stubbornly, it came to me on its own while crying and lying. The serpent Kull's expression was cold, and he seemed to sense his emotions. The green flames that linger around his body surged and turned into a long thorny whip. Snap! The whip struck Odin's torso, creating a bloody scar and tearing away a piece of flesh. Finally, father believed you. For this reason, he believed you and quarreled with Vanir over it. It got very unpleasant. Kull sneered and laughed. He knew his brother too well. Odin loved to cover up his mistakes with grandiose and generous words. Flaunting justice and gaining a false reputation. After so many years, nothing had changed. Odin, you will never change. You're still the thief who stole the colt and lied about it. You stole the throne from me and then told the world that it was because of my cruelty and tyranny that you overthrew my reign. This lie has been told so many times and for so long that you even fooled yourself. Snap! 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 Kull raised his thorny whip and struck repeatedly, without mercy. Odin, who had lost the ability to resist, could only let him do what he wanted and endure the pain. Asgard's fate is sealed. When Ragnarok comes, the gods will fall. The flame giant Searcher, the ultimate judgment Mangog, and countless more enemies who will burn Asgard to the ground. The moment I ascended the throne, I saw the broken fragments of the final moment in the spinning threads woven by the Norn sisters. The strength of an All-Father is far from enough to cope with it. So, I wanted to become stronger than those who sit above in shadow, to surpass Father and break the limits. Kull whipped Odin until he was drenched in blood, and only then did he stop. In order to prevent him from waking up, the other party erased his existence from Asgard's history. No one knew Kull's name, the god of fear, and his strength gradually weakened. If not for the fact that in the early years, the tale of how he forged the 8 hammers of fear was written down in a book and left in Midgard. Perhaps, the serpent would sleep under the deep sea until he was completely forgotten. This whip, at most, was only a tiny bit of his revenge. As for the rest, he would pay it back in double. With this in mind, Kull, with malice rising within him, slowly said, "The 8 hammers of fear are only the beginning. With my plan, they will destroy the other 8 realms and draw the power of fear from billions of living beings, thus forging my true power. Then, I will be able to do everything I can to cut the thread of Asgard's destiny." Odin looked at Kull, who was revealing the truth, with the eyes of a madman. He thought that he, himself, was cold-blooded enough to sacrifice billions of humans in Midgard to prevent Kull from fully awakening. But compared with Kull, he was a junior in every sense. Destroying 8 realms and forging 8 hammers of fear, too insane. Among the 9 realms, only Asgard would be left. All other realms and all other races would be sacrificed. Look at your hesitation. It's hypocritical and disgusting. Kull said in disgust. You could sacrifice Midgard and become a cold-blooded executioner to save Asgard. But you aren't willing to sacrifice more and bear infamy. Why do I have a brother like you? He raised his hand and conjured up an eerie green flame, which formed 8 long swords, piercing Odin's hands and feet, acting like nails to a stake. Then the newly awakened god of fear turned around with his hands behind his back. Rest assured. I won't kill you, Odin. I want you to see with your own eyes, my army of fear sweeping through Midgard and storming Asgard, crushing your lies and your accomplishments. Odin closed his eyes in pain and struggled to say, "Aren't you afraid of Thor? He is the one who's destined to kill you." Ha ha ha. This is the difference between us. Kull, the serpent, was full of confidence. His rickety body slowly straightened. I don't believe in destiny. The prophecy says the god of thunder is the one who will kill the serpent. But, since I'm determined to stop Ragnarok, why would I be afraid of Thor? He bent down and put his palm on the cold, hard, frozen soil. The green flames spread like wild weeds. Swish! 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 As if the door of the underworld had opened, rotting skeletons, like a tidal wave, came out. They were wearing armor, holding swords and spears, with empty eye sockets and burning green flames. Some were riding nightmarish bone horses or riding ghastly white bone dragons. It was like a vast ocean with no end in sight. This was an army. Kull held the key to open the Nibelung. He could summon the undead warriors from the land of the dead at any time. My daughter, go. Lead them to spread fear throughout the world. Let everyone die, trembling in despair. Kull pointed his hand, and a black ship appeared on the icy sea. The mast was covered with dead bodies, and the canvas was torn and tattered as if decaying. All Father. By your will. Cynthia, the daughter of Red Skull, knelt on one leg, gripped the war hammer, and nodded vigorously. She wanted to accomplish the grand task that her father failed to achieve. Destroying the world. Asgard, royal palace of Velasqualf. Unfortunately, I have some news for you. Luke looked at Thor, who had just been released from prison, with a sorrowful face. Odin, who had a momentary lapse, fell into the hands of the awakened Kull. Inside the hall, the gatekeeper Heimdall rolled his eyes. He watched the whole battle. The God King was clearly thrown over like a lead ball. The goddess Freyja's face was expressionless and silent. Only Thor, who doubted, said, "Wasn't Father fighting with you? I just had a friendly spar with Odin. He is the God King of Asgard, and I'm the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamatage. We are in the same camp, why would we go against each other? Luke said righteously with a big wave of his hand. So, why is Odin's spear, Gungnir, in your possession? Loki pointed and asked weakly. In the Sorcerer Supreme battle, she saw Superman's strength and was too afraid to fight him. Moreover, the other party gave Odin a good beating. This made Loki's heart happy. She couldn't wait for Superman to step up his efforts. This was given to me personally by Odin before he fell into Kull's hands. Luke gripped Gungnir, coughed twice, cleared his throat, and said, as we all know, a crisis is coming. Not only for Earth, but also for Asgard, and the entire 9 realms. Odin and I, one representing the Earth and the other, Asgard, were supposed to form an alliance to fight against the god of fear. However, in the process of learning from each other, Odin was ambushed, and he was captured alive by Kull. The present situation is also very dangerous. I think he gave Gungnir to me because he hopes I can join hands with Thor, to stop this crisis and rescue the God King at the same time. Luke's face looked serious. He was talking nonsense without even blinking. He didn't believe Thor would reject him, with the Earth at stake and his father in the hands of the enemy. The 8 worthy, the Legion of the Dead, plus the serpent, Kull, who was once an all-father, hadn't come here yet. What could Asgard do against the god of fear without Odin in his seat? It was obviously not a wise choice to fight alone without the Sorcerer Supreme. This was also the reason why Heimdall didn't puncture Luke's remarks out loud, and the goddess Freyja didn't say a word. Patience for a moment of calm, taking a step back and looking at the bigger picture. If they had any grudges, wait until they killed the serpent and rescued Odin. If they really wanted to turn against him, who could be Luke's opponent? Thor, the Sorcerer Supreme, should be telling the truth. Finally, Freyja spoke. Right now, the most important thing is to fight against Kull. Other issues should be put aside for the time being. The graceful and honorable queen spoke with deep meanings in her words. Luke gently smiled as if he didn't notice it. If he could beat Odin once, he could beat him a second time. Right now, in the 9 realms, Superman was sitting at the top spot. Unless Thor could surpass his father, understanding of the runes on a whole new level and become the Rune King Thor. Otherwise, Luke believed that he had no rivals. The goddess had a point. The worthy have appeared. The power of the Avengers alone won't be able to stop them. Luke, who bore the Sorcerer Supreme title, skillfully took over the reins. In addition to sacrificing Midgard and preparing to bombard the Earth using the Bifrost, Odin also made other plans. The palace had been turned into an armament factory, with all kinds of armor and weapons being produced like flowing water. Those enchanted swords could be effective in killing the undead warriors. Several Asgard legions were summoned back from other realms, ready to fight. It seemed that Odin was prepared for the worst. But the Bifrost is destroyed. How are we going to get to Earth? Thor frowned and asked. All eyes were focused on Luke. The latter looked calm and didn't feel embarrassed at all. The destruction of the Bifrost is actually a good thing. Luke seriously said. Don't forget, Kull was once the king of Asgard. What? You don't know yet. Let Loki tell you more about it later. Thor, released from prison, scratched his head. He felt that he had missed a lot of things. Kull the serpent, the worthy. This was the first time he had heard of this. Maybe he has some kind of means to control the Bifrost and reverse the transmission of his legion to Asgard, which will lead the wolf into the house. Luke showed an everything is within expectations look, while Thor was dubious. As for how to get to Earth, Thor, it's up to you. He pointed to the god of thunder, the chubby guy shrinking in the corner. The sunglasses wearing, bearded Thor walked up to them with a shameless stride. I know a way. He once avoided the Bifrost with Loki, traveling from the dark underground river to other realms. Is this fat man reliable? Thor, who was holding Mjolnir, didn't look good. He hated the other party. Not only because he had the same name as himself but also because of his bloated figure, greasy smell, and decadent lifestyle. What's more, this guy was always staring at Loki, giggling, and always acting attentively. Thor was obliged to smash him with his hammer if he had any bad intentions towards his sister. Who are you calling a fat man? The chubby Thor felt offended. What about a different name, one-eyed fatty? Thor sneered. Wow, I never knew I was so annoying. The chubby Thor shook his head and opened his palm. The Stormbreaker flew in the air. Want a taste of my axe? You rude, uneducated bastard. Thor, unafraid, held up Mjolnir with great fury and asked, have you ever been hit by a hammer? To be honest, I don't want it to touch your fat and greasy body. It would be disgusting. A tall chubby man, against a strong warrior in armor. The closer the two gods of thunder got, the stronger sense of tension filled the air. It seemed that, in the next moment, they were going to fight and beat each other up. That's enough. Shut up, both of you. Loki, who couldn't stand it, shouted. Master Sorcerer Supreme, I know an underground river leading to Midgard. I can lead the way. Let these two idiots continue to argue. We'll go first. After saying that, Loki, wearing a green cloak, stormed out of the hall on her long legs. Humph, for Loki's sake, I'll let you off this time, you fat bastard. Thor said. Humph. For Loki's sake, I have decided not to beat the shit out of you, cocky bastard. The chubby god of thunder said. The two men glared at each other, then unanimously caught up with Loki, who ran away. Is this some kind of alternative, no man's land? The battle between two girls. I mean, boyfriends. Luke froze in place. The entanglement between the three Asgardians is a bit complicated. One Thor wanted to be the brother-in-law of another Thor. Or, was one Thor cuckolding the other Thor? Cuckolding yourself. It was too confusing. Luke shook his head, threw Gungnir to Heimdall, and followed them. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 14 comments. Vote. Chapter 412, Chapter 410 Nine Realms Alliance, Hammer Attacks. With two gods of thunder, Loki, and Luke, they set out on a journey to Midgard. Sorcerer Supreme, shouldn't there be a spell that could take us to our destination with a portal? They rowed a ship along the dark underground river while looking for the gap in space. Loki, who had a cold face and was sulking, suddenly remembered. The Sorcerer Supreme, who personally crushed the biggest legendary figure in Asgard and knocked Odin to dust, seemed to be able to use transmission spells. That's right. Luke nodded. Opening a portal was just a casual thing for him. Then why do we have to travel this way? A series of question marks popped up on Loki's head. The underground river was unfathomable and dark. Coupled with the presence of huge beasts, it wasn't an easy road to travel. If not necessary, Loki didn't want to come on this risky trip. Because I forgot about it. Luke shrugged his shoulders and replied. Loki didn't know how to answer that. Judging from his appearance, this Sorcerer Supreme shouldn't have Alzheimer's, right? Luke smiled and continued, I'm just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Because our purpose isn't only to return to Midgard, it's also to stop Kull's invasion. He has his Nibelung army of the undead and 8 worthy. Coupled with the power of fear being absorbed all this time, he will soon return to his prime. Relying on the earth and Asgard is far from enough to deal with this war. Uniting the 9 realms and resisting together is the only way. Luke explained his idea. He was ready to build a huge stage for Thor. According to the prophecy, the god of thunder, the man of destiny, would personally cut off the serpent's head. Then, after a few steps, died of poisoning. Odin, the king of the gods, was an all-father. But he believed in the prophecy, even feared it. He wanted to stop it at the cost of destroying Earth. And the serpent, Kull, once the all-father of Asgard. His attitude towards the prophecy was also one of semi-belief. It could be seen that Asgard's prophecy may be the trajectory of some kind of destiny. Once it became an inevitable fact, it would be hard to change. Luke didn't have an elaborate plan. Instead of wasting time to break the shackles of a prophecy, it was better to count on Thor. Loki, you should go to Jotunheim and persuade the frost giants to join the war. And Thor, you should go to Muspelheim, the realm of fire, and form an alliance with Surtur. As for you, extra god of thunder, you have experience in dealing with the Avengers. Go back to Midgard first, and prepare them for a lengthy battle. Luke, like a competent task giver NPC, actively assigned tasks to everyone. On the first day he came to this realm, he had a fight with the almighty All-Father of Asgard. And by the way, save Earth from the others' hands. Why would he want to go to Antarctica and fight for another 100 rounds with another All-Father? Unless Vishanti was willing to pay, there was no way. Luke thought very clearly, he was just a temporary worker. How much work he would do depended on how much he was paid. Since Asgard had predicted this, he should just help Thor and set the stage. Odin loved his son dearly, but he didn't. Besides, how did one break the limits of destiny? This required careful observation and information gathering. The job of a savior is really not for me. Luke thought so silently. Laufey, the king of the frost giants, and Surtur, the flame giant. They are all enemies of Asgard. How could they possibly agree to an alliance? Thor asked with a skeptical look on his face. When it came to fighting, he was excellent at it. However, reasoning with others, negotiating, and reaching an alliance with others wasn't his strong suit. Learn more from your sister, Loki. She's an expert in this field. Luke shook his head helplessly. He felt that the fight for Asgard's throne in this world wasn't complicated at all. Remember, many people have said that before. Thor had no experience and ability to govern a country, while Loki was passionate about power and intrigue. In addition, the latter had the blood of frost giants and was a descendant of Laufey. The gender should be changed, and let Loki marry Thor. The throne would belong to Thor, and the power would belong to Loki. It's the best of both worlds. The original joke had come true in this universe. But a new problem ensued. Loki had 2 brothers now. Which one should she choose? If Laufey and Surtur refuse you, then, give them my name. Luke smiled kindly. The battle between him and Odin penetrated through the 9 realms. It seemed that both Laufey and Surtur saw what happened. He believed that they would both understand what would happen if they rejected it. "That's a threat, right?" Thor asked straightforwardly. "No, it's a friendly way to convince others," Luke answered. Manhattan, New York. A beam of light crashed down and attracted everyone's attention. They saw three weird guys coming out of it. "It's the Hulk. It's Hulk." Someone recognized one of the leaders of the Avengers. "Who are those two weirdos?" Someone noticed something was wrong. He took out his cell phone and took a video while gradually retreating to a safe place. This was a New Yorker's sense of awareness. When there is an abnormal situation, it is recommended to run away in advance. There might be an intense battle between a superhero and a supervillain later. "I like this place, it's crowded." The fearful screams would be very loud later. Cynthia, the daughter of Red Skull, said so while holding the hammer of Skadi. That hideous skull scanned around, not minding the strange looks. "I want hit. Crush everything." The Hulk, holding the hammer of Null, breaker of worlds, said so, word for word. "Turn them all into stone statues. Make them scream, fear and despair." The third worthy was the absorbing man, owner of the hammer of Griethith, breaker of wills. He worked as a boxer and then was recruited into Hydra. The famous story was that he killed Daredevil's father in the ring. At his peak, he was able to go 50-50 against the Hulk. In the villain camp, he belonged to the third or fourth line characters. Let's begin. Attract the Avengers first. Through a transmission spell from Kull, the three worthy arrived in New York. They all lifted their hammers and smashed them on the ground. Boom! A violent wave of electricity and air burst forth. The cars on both sides of the concrete road were directly crushed by the substantial pressure. Glass windows shattered, and large cracks bloomed on the ground. The Hulk took the lead, stepped on the roof of a car, and roared. Sound waves tore through the air and rippled out in a circle. The crowd, which was still watching the commotion, instantly panicked and fled. Of course, they didn't forget to hold up their phones to get a close-up of the Hulk, who exuded a strong sense of power. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 18 comments. Vote. Chapter 413, Chapter 411 Battle of New York, A Chubby Man's Anger. Captain, it's bad. In the command center on the helicarrier, Maria Hill had a serious expression. Washington, D.C., Chicago, Detroit, and many more, the cities are under attack. The heroic female commander's two eyebrows wrinkled together, seemingly with quite the headache. SHIELD had tens of thousands of agents and over 10 special operations teams. But at this time, there was an embarrassing lack of manpower. Even if there were 3 helicarrier to support the world, it couldn't relieve all the pressure. The White House had also been bombed by artillery fire. The Pentagon is mobilizing the Army and the National Guard. Sharon Carter added. She stretched out her hand and pulled up a holographic projection. An army of robots bearing the emblem of the Third Reich was attacking the White House. It's the remnants of Hydra. These robots, which were designed in the last century, were the weapons that Red Skull had used in World War II. However, with Red Skull's disappearance, they had never reappeared. I remember them. Bucky nodded his head. He and Steve Rogers were both eyewitnesses of World War II. In that war, the Red Skull used a lot of advanced weapons beyond the level of science and technology at that time. Part of the Allies' success was due to luck. The Tesseract removed Red Skull from the equation and also destroyed Hydra's defensive line. How is the president? The robot army merely looked impressive, but in fact, they weren't as efficient as combat aircrafts. At the very least, they could level the White House with their weapons. The swarming robots were blocked by S.H.I.E.L.D's Rapid Response Unit. Safe for now. He's hiding in the safe house. Maria Hill replied. We sent in Spider-Man and Iron Fist, and the Punisher also volunteered to join the team. Bucky was relieved to hear the names of these men. These were superheroes who were popular and powerful. They shouldn't have any problems dealing with the scrap metal sent by Hydra. Who's leading them? I remember that the remnants of the Red Skull's people were cleaned up long ago. Bucky held his arms around his chest and asked with a cold expression. Before he took over as Captain America, S.H.I.E.L.D and the Avengers launched a massive blanket search. It almost uprooted all of the Hydra forces in Eastern Europe and uncovered many of its members within. He didn't expect them to be so tenacious that there were still remnants hiding in the shadows. Cynthia, Red Skull's daughter, appeared in Antarctica and awakened the sleeping serpent, Kull. Sharon Carter replied. On the holographic projection, a clear picture of a Red Skull appeared. So, it was her. There was a glint in Bucky's eyes. He had fought the other party several times. Red Skull's daughter was an excellent killer. In the rankings of the underworld, the Winter Soldier deservingly took first place. Cynthia, codenamed Sin, could be ranked in the top 5. Captain, a new message. Maria Hill pressed her headset, received a message from the encrypted channel, and immediately reported it. The Hulk, Cynthia, and the Absorbing Man are in Manhattan's Times Square. Sharon Carter quickly mobilized S.H.I.E.L.D's satellite and the nearby surveillance cameras to project the live images. Raw. It just happened to be the image of the Hulk's roaring face. The large, muscular green man was seen stomping on the car at his feet, leaping up and crashing into a nearby high-rise building. The hammer of Null swept through, and electricity raged like a wild anaconda, blasting out several large holes. At the same time, Cynthia wasn't idle. She picked up a car in front of her with one hand and threw it out. Boom! The car smashed several billboards and street lamps, causing smoke to billow and then explode. The scene became even more chaotic as more passers-by were frightened by the flames of the fire. The Absorbing Man raised his hammer and radiated a wave of turquoise light. The strange energy radiation exploded out, and all living things around him were petrified. 3. Worthy. Bucky's face looked grave. It seemed that he didn't expect that the worthy, who were scattered all over the world, would suddenly come together. Their horrific acts of destruction were broadcast on television and made known to the world. A sense of fear was growing and gestating in everyone's hearts. This would help Kull, the serpent, to recover gradually and return to his All-Father level. Thinking of everything that the Sorcerer Supreme had told them, Bucky silently clenched the vibranium shield in his hand. It was time to move. Once known as the economic center of the world, Manhattan was turned into a war zone. The National Guards quickly responded and were the first to arrive. Police cars formed a defensive line, and tanks drove up the street. The sound of gunfire, artillery, explosions, were heard everywhere. One couldn't help but wonder if World War III had started. Iron Man and Hawkeye are out there. Similar attacks have broken out in Dubai and London, and they are unable to provide support for the time being. Bucky took on his best friend's tone and started a pre-battle speech to boost everyone's morale. He was wearing Captain America's Stars and Stripes uniform while holding the iconic vibranium shield in his right hand. The world needs SHIELD and the Avengers. Bucky strapped on his parachute and took Sharon Carter, along with 2 special operations teams, on a targeted drop into Manhattan's Times Square. "Yes sir, Captain America sir." Cynthia, who had hammered down the main battle tank under heavy fire, saw a flower blooming in the sky. The Star-Spangled Banner uniform was too conspicuous. It was simply the brightest star in the night sky, which automatically attracted her hatred. "I've been waiting for this day for too long. Killing Captain America with my own hands, is there anything more exciting than this?" Cynthia took a deep breath, seemingly intoxicated and excited. She swung the hammer of Skadi, and flew towards Captain America's landing site. "It's a pity that it's not Steve Rogers." Cynthia, daughter of Red Skull, codenamed Sin, lamented. She appeared in front of everyone from S.H.I.E.L.D. like a cannonball, glanced at them, directly waved her hammer, and smashed into Captain America, who had severed the parachute and landed steadily. The latter subconsciously raised the vibranium shield. The terrifying sound wave and shocking power seemed to be absorbed. Only an intense burst of blinding light was emitted. Bucky's metal arm, as if electrified, felt so numb that he couldn't even hold his shield. "My father died at the hands of Captain America," Cynthia said in a hateful tone. "Today, I will kill Captain America and prove who the real leader of Hydra is." With the intensity of her emotions, the hammer of Skadi glowed green, and the power of fear was unleashed. Like the whispers of the devil or a manic scream, it tore and tormented both the minds and the eardrums of everyone there. Bang! The shield in his hand was blown away. Bucky held his head in both hands, with a painful look on his face. He seemed to have returned to the days when he was brainwashed by Leviathan, and the floodgates to his endless nightmarish memories swung open. "Compared to Steve Rogers, you're a lot worse." Cynthia disdainfully curled her lips. She held up her hammer with both hands, ready to smash the other party's head. In any case, it was a good thing for her side to stain the Stars and Stripes with blood. This would crush S.H.I.E.L.D's morale, send the Avengers into grief, and cause global panic. The crimson-red face smiled triumphantly. Boom! But before Cynthia could swing the hammer, a vortex of emptiness suddenly opened up above Manhattan. Large dark clouds gathered, lightning swept by, thunder rolled as if the end was near. Dazzling thunder, like a pillar of light, bombarded the ground. Out of it came a round figure. This man wore sunglasses and had a beer belly. The beard was scraggly, the hair was greasy, and he resembled a fat guy who had lost his way. "Get out of here, you fat fuck." Cynthia had no patience for the passerby who interrupted her revenge. Of course, the main reason was that after she became worthy, she was deeply influenced by her inner emotions. It was well known that the intelligence of those who use the hammers was generally lower. "Who did you say was fat?" Originally, he still had a simple smile on his face. The chubby Thor tightly furrowed his brow and revealed a warning in his eyes. Even if she called him fat, she still had to add the word fuck. "That's too much." Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 17 comments. Vote. Chapter 414, Chapter 412. Such a puny god. Who did you say was fat? The chubby god of thunder also knew in his heart that he was addicted to junk food with a large number of carbohydrates and online games for a long time. Compared with his former self, he was really a little bit more rounded. In any case, after coming to Earth, his social order was good. In addition to Shield and the emergence of the Avengers, there would rarely be a villain or villains who were too short-sighted. Therefore, Thor had nothing to do. Most of his time was occupied by playing games. Even his beloved Stormbreaker was neglected. Naturally, he got fatter and fatter. However, sometimes when the truth was spoken, it would still hurt. Moreover, even if they called him fat, they still added the word fuck. Who could bear it? Thor felt angry, and blood rushed to his head. The right hand that held the Stormbreaker involuntarily gripped tighter. So, I can't call you fat. Cynthia added fuel to the fire and continued. Although she vaguely felt that this one-eyed fatso, dressed like a Viking and unkempt, seemed a little familiar. But no matter what, the daughter of the Red Skull didn't associate the man in front of her with Thor, Asgard's god of thunder. That was a huge gap between the god and this fat guy. It couldn't be compared at all. It seems that I should temporarily put away my principle of not hitting women for a while. From the dark clouds, a light descended and fell on Thor's body. The divine power condensed into armor, covering his chest, hands, and feet. It seems that I really need to lose weight. Thor twisted his rounded body, feeling uncomfortable. This majestic armor seemed to feel tighter and constricting. In public, he adjusted his crotch so that it wouldn't affect the battle. I hope you won't cry for your mother later, asking for her to take you home. Cynthia kicked Bucky to the ground. Captain America was already on the menu. She could eat him up whenever she wanted. The fat man who broke into the battlefield was really an eyesore. She wanted to kill him first. She lifted the hammer of Skadi with one hand and pointed it at Thor. It glowed ghostly green, looking like waves of water. A circle of air currents stirred up, and a piercing electric current shook the earth. The ground was ravaged, and a prominent scar was plowed out. I am the god of thunder. Thor whispered, waving the Stormbreaker. With no fear on his face, he slashed through the blast of energy formed by the divine power of fear. Then, lightning burst from his eyes, and incandescent white light lingered around his body. At this time, the big fatty looked a little more like a true god of thunder. A shocking power erupted out of that simple face with a stern aura. The dramatic change made Cynthia put away her contempt and look serious. She didn't expect that this ordinary-looking and somewhat obscene fatty was still a master with hidden strength. She was facing Thor, the god of thunder. There was also the Stormbreaker that could rip open the atmosphere. Cynthia was caught off guard and had difficulty dodging. She had to raise the war hammer with both hands to block the fierce attack. Boom! Kull's power of fear collided with the rune of thunder. With the dazzling light, the torrent of energy that could destroy everything was released, lighting up the skies above the neighborhood. Cynthia, like a cannonball, crashed into a car not far behind her. The metal door flattened out, and a clear outline was printed. This fat guy is pretty fierce. Cynthia spat out some blood and got back to her feet like a resilient warrior. When the strong light dissipated and the smoke subsided, she saw Thor, holding the Stormbreaker, striding forward. It was as if a Nordic deity had descended onto Earth. Unfortunately, his rounded figure affected the image. It made the other party's majestic face look funny. The hammer of Skadi. The first embodiment of Kull's powers. Thor stared at the hammer. He held the Stormbreaker, giving birth to a layer of extremely cold frost. Crack! Crack! Under the high temperature of his thunder, the solid ice melted and evaporated into vapor. Skadi, the goddess of ice and snow in Nordic mythology, represented winter. With the hammer named after her, it wasn't hard to guess what kind of ability it had. Are you Thor of Asgard? Cynthia was a little surprised. Although there may be a gap between the two figures, the thunderous divine power couldn't be faked. This fatty in front of her was most likely Thor. However, she clearly remembered that he was a blonde muscle brain with an 8-pack. How did he become a round, unkempt fatso in just a few months? Or was this what the God of Thunder really looked like? On the official website of the Avengers, all those photos were actually retouched. With a series of questions in her head, Cynthia swung the warhammer and smashed it head-on. Bang! The sound of iron colliding with iron. The ear-splitting sound waves swept through the air, shattering nearby windows and causing the alarms of parked cars to blare. The axe collided with the hammer, and they fiercely pushed against each other. The ground where Cynthia was standing caved in, opening up thick cracks. Thor, from the movie universe, squeezed the axe with both hands and pressed down hard. He was from Asgard. The combat education he received since he was a child didn't have anything related to pitying women or being merciful because the opponent was a woman. On the battlefield, anything in front of him was an enemy that needed to be defeated and killed. Roar! Just as Thor was about to cut off the Red Skull with his Stormbreaker, a roar of rage seemed to set off a Category 12 typhoon. The dust swept away, and the atmosphere shook. A big green man fell from the sky and slammed Thor with a heavy punch, like a cannon. The latter, with his axe, flew in a straight line and rolled through several buildings. Hulk! How could he? Struggling to get up, Thor rubbed his dizzy head, still unable to recognize what had happened. Thinking of the friendship formed with Hulk in the gladiatorial arena on Sakaar, he felt that Hulk had no reason to do this to him. Breaker of worlds, Null! Smash that fatso! Cynthia said bitterly. Hulk, holding the hammer of Null, made several amazing jumps in a row. The ground shook as if it was rippling, and a large piece of cement tumbled outward. Smash! Destroy! Hulk roared. The reinforced concrete in front of him was shattered, like a papier-mâché. The warhammer swept down, and everything shattered. Like a tank, he knocked down several walls in a row. Found you! Hulk's eyes were filled with anger, reflecting Thor's fat figure. He raised the hammer of Null up high. The power of fear gathered as if it was going to smash the world to pieces. Wait! Thor quickly stretched out his hand to stop the Hulk from hurting friendly forces in a violent act. A silly smile appeared on his face, like a 300-plus-pound fool. We're friends, remember? Banner. No, you're the Hulk now. I mean, I may not be your friend in this universe, but in another place, I fought side by side with another you, we're good buddies. Hulk's movements couldn't help but pause. The anger in his eyes gradually receded, and he seemed to come to his senses gradually. Yes, that's it, Hulk. Thor was happy with his own resourcefulness. He was no longer the reckless man who had to solve everything by force. He learned to communicate and to use language to disrupt his opponents. By the way, do you remember Loki? Or Natasha? Hearing that, Hulk slowly lowered the raised war hammer. Thor also released the Stormbreaker and reached out to show his friendship. That hammer is bewitching you, corrupting you. Thor foolishly smiled and thought that he had persuaded the Hulk. Unexpectedly, the Hulk's eyes changed, and his anger rose again. He felt it again, the terrifying power of control that overpowered his body and mind. Suddenly, he picked up Thor with his left hand and swung him around like a noodle. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. This kind of feels familiar. Like being run over by an aircraft carrier, Thor felt his whole body aching, and his bones felt like they were shattered. However, the cruel beating wasn't over yet. After a crazy beating, he was thrown high into the air and crashed through several floors of ceilings. Hulk gripped the war hammer in both hands and swung it as if he was playing baseball. Bang! With a dull sound. Like a baseball ball, Thor flew out of control and turned into a shining spot in the sky. I don't know you. Hulk put down the hammer and spoke in a rough voice. Comment. 13 comments. Vote. Chapter 415, Chapter 413 Petrification Magic, Absorbing Steel. Just as Thor was fighting with the Hulk and Cynthia, 2 blocks away, a steel battle suit painted in red and gold rushed back to Manhattan in time. Oh my God! What's going on here? Tony Stark looked at the street under his feet, feeling terrified, and his hair stood on end. It was too quiet. Compared with the sensational explosion over there, there was silence here, and even a needle falling to the ground could be heard. There are no living people in the streets, only lifelike stone carvings standing everywhere. On their faces, there were clearly visible signs of panic and fear. What kind of monster or terrible sight did they see? Jarvis, scan the entire street and connect the surrounding monitoring. Tony Stark subconsciously lowered his voice. In an extremely quiet environment, the atmosphere suddenly became overwhelming. I don't know what's going on over at SHIELD. Those damn bastards have turned the world into a war zone, spreading chaos and generating fear. Iron Man had just finished dealing with the turmoil that happened in London. A worthy attacked the Prime Minister's residence. That guy could create a weather phenomenon, triggering tornadoes, lightning, and thunderstorms. It was a tough supervillain. Iron Man, Hawkeye, and the second-generation Ant-Man spent a lot of effort, only barely repelling the other party. After receiving a request for help from SHIELD, Tony Stark left the job of cleaning up the battlefield to Hawkeye. He quickly returned to North America and flew to Manhattan. Sir, 300 meters from here, we found a survivor. Jarvis accessed all the surveillance cameras in Manhattan and found a middle-aged man hiding nearby. He hid in a dark alley and curled up behind a trash can. A bizarre catastrophe suddenly swept through and turned everyone into this. Tony Stark made a preliminary judgment. With these years of experience with the Avengers, dealing with a variety of supervillains, his psychological preparedness and endurance had greatly improved. Aliens, foreign gods, even mysterious masters, and so on. Iron Man had met them all. He scanned his surroundings and kept an eye out for enemies. While approaching the alley, he was ready to get more information from the other party. Hello, I'm an Avenger, Iron Man. I think you should have seen me on TV or on the news, right? Tony, who introduced himself, as always, was trying to relieve the pressure with humor. Do you need medical help, or? The middle-aged man huddled in the corner, waving his hand vigorously, lowered his voice and said, "Sure. Don't say a word. You can't do anything, it's a monster. Iron Man could see the deep fear in the middle-aged man's eyes. He was like a terrified child, on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Hey, I'm an Avenger, I can. Boom. A huge figure fell to the ground. It interrupted Iron Man's words of comfort. Tony Stark. The voice was coarse and rough, like rusty metal grinding against each other. Iron Man clearly saw the uninvited guest through his helmet. As the middle-aged man said, he was a monster. Close to 3 meters high, his whole body was glowing with a steel-like shiny black luster. He looked like a swamp thing that had absorbed a large amount of metal and bonded it together. His eyes glowed dark yellow, and he held a conspicuous square hammer in his right hand. Destroy! The steel monster shouted, and the hammer emitted a ring of dark green flames. Like a flame, it soared up with the wind and filled the alley. Iron Man saw the situation and set up an iron shield to defend against the attack. But the greenish flame didn't touch him but passed through the red and gold steel armor. Crack! Iron Man suddenly turned his head and saw the middle-aged man turn into a stone statue. On his face, there was a deep look of fear. You're the one who did this. Iron Man's tone was full of anger. He raised 2 mechanical arms, and his palm cannon blasted out a beam of light, sending the monster wielding the hammer flying. Sir, I searched the database in SHIELD. Jarvis gave him timely information to facilitate the battle later on. His name is Kyle Creel. He used to be a boxer and later worked for Hydra. Code name Absorbing Man. He's able to change the molecular structure of his body and imitate any material he touches. Iron Man nodded his head. No wonder this guy was covered in metal. Like the hard shell of a turtle, he had excellent defensive power. What about the hammer that can petrify people? Can you analyze any useful information? The iron battle suit flew into the air and temporarily left the battlefield. It is impossible to scan, let alone detect. Harvitz reluctantly replied. Well, it looks like I'm going to have to fight him alone. Iron Man grimaced. He hated things that couldn't be explained or measured by science. For example, magic. Raw. Destroy. Holding the hammer of Griethith, the absorbing man roared and rushed up into the air. With his powerful jump, he smashed into Iron Man's face like a cannonball. The hammer was swung, sending up a strong wind. It seemed like the atmosphere was blown away. Bang! The nanomaterial steel battle suit instantly formed an alloy square shield. However, Tony Stark seemed to underestimate Worthy's true strength. The heavy force shattered the solid shield that was strong enough to withstand a cannon. The iron battle suit was suddenly hit hard. Like a discharged bullet, it spun with great speed and smashed heavily into the ground. 30% damage. The repair process is underway. A broken rib and a large muscle contusion were detected. Medical procedures are being initiated. The alarm rang through the helmet and kept ringing in Tony Stark's ear. It's like being hit by a car. This idea came up in his mind. Destroy. It seemed that this was the only sentence that the strange man could say. He landed firmly on the ground and walked towards Iron Man. With every step, the street shook. Extremely powerful. Do you want to know why I talk a lot on the battlefield? Iron Man, who had a slight concussion, finally regained awareness. He struggled to get up despite the pain all over his body. The words traveled far and wide through his speakers. Sometimes, I also ask myself, why would I act like the pajama-wearing spider baby? I can't stop talking and saying stupid things when I meet an enemy. Iron Man's hands joined together, and parts of the robot arm clicked together, forming a huge barrel. The arc reactor on his chest kept charging up, causing nearly a dozen gun barrels to light up with a white glow. Because we're scared, because we're afraid. Iron Man gripped the ground with both legs. Like a pile driver, he dug deep into the concrete pavement to prevent himself from being knocked away by the terrifying recoil. Yes, superheroes are afraid of death, injury and loss. Some people are scared out of their wits by fear, but some people can turn fear into strength. Boom! The high temperature that could melt everything erupted. The absorbing man raised the hammer of Griethith. The god of fear's power rippled out in a circle, blocking the terrifying energy blast like a force field. By the way, I named it the Gustav Cannon. It can flatten half a city. Tony Stark still wouldn't shut up. He tried to keep his feet steady but with little success. The full release of the energy cannon pushed the iron battle suit, and it kept moving backward. The ground was ravaged with a deep groove as if it had been plowed. The absorbing man also had a hard time. His metal shell slowly melted like ice cream under the high temperature. As they confronted each other, a vortex appeared in the void. Thor, who was carrying Mjolnir, and Loki. They appeared and rushed to the battlefield. Looks like you're having a little trouble, Stark. Thor jokingly said so, carrying Loki down to the ground. Not dead yet unless you plan to stand on the sidelines and watch the show. Iron Man tried to squeeze this sentence out of his mouth. Don't worry, the Earth is saved. I have brought with me the armies of the 9 realms. Thor said happily. He glanced at Worthy with a hint of disgust in his eyes. The minion of the serpent was an enemy of Asgard. Let me take care of this guy. Thor raised his hand and threw Mjolnir. The thunder hammer pierced the atmosphere and radiated electricity, hitting the absorbing man, who was struggling to hold on. Thor, don't let him touch your hammer. Iron Man seemed to realize something and urgently yelled. However, it was too late. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 18 comments. Vote. Chapter 416, Chapter 414 Fierce like a tiger, 0.5 damage. Mjolnir was a legendary weapon of Asgard. Its first owner wasn't Thor, but Odin's eldest daughter, the imprisoned goddess of death, Hela. As everyone knew, Asgard's family relationship was bad and complicated. Because of the father-daughter discord, disagreement, and deeper reasons, Odin, in a fit of rage, deprived her of the right to use Mjolnir and banished Hela to the underworld. When Thor was born, the God King gave this hammer as a gift to his eldest son, the future king. Mjolnir was crafted from a nugget of Eru, using the core of a dying star and Odin's magical blessing attached to it. It was indestructible, with amazing qualities. It could also manipulate the weather, summon storms and use magic to deal damage. Ever since he got Mjolnir, it had been Thor's favorite weapon. Let me take care of this guy. Thor was quite confident and couldn't wait to show his talents. Mjolnir was bursting with light as it launched into the air. Like a solid cannonball, it directly slammed towards the absorbing man. Thor, don't let him touch your hammer. Hearing this, the god of thunder couldn't help but look at Iron Man, who was unleashing the Gustav cannon with a puzzled look. That's my own hammer. What's wrong? Destroy. The absorbing man growled like beasts. The force field launched by the divine power of fear suddenly shrank inward. The energy cannon that could level half of the city went in unhindered and took away half of the absorbing man's body while it flew upwards into the air. The sky seemed to have been pierced, and the accumulated dark clouds tore open a big hole, leaving a visible wound-like hole in the clouds. The absorbing man's steel-like body melted like ice cream. The black blood, sticky like oil, was vaporized by the high temperature before it hit the ground. At such a great risk, the absorbing man, armed with the hammer of Griethith, took the initiative to touch Thor's Mjolnir. Bang! The thunder hammer, wrapped in terrible power, struck him in the chest. Rumble! Smash! The absorbing man flew backward violently. His body seemed to break apart, sending out a spatter of blood. However, Thor felt something was wrong. Mjolnir didn't completely penetrate the flesh, as if it was embedded in the body of the opponent and couldn't be pulled out. A mass of green flame wrapped around the hammer. No matter how it burst with electricity, it couldn't break free. Zizzy. Zizzy. The absorbing man could fully understand what it was like being burned on the inside and still tender on the outside. The dazzling electricity roared with anger on the remaining half of his body. His flesh and blood were like charred pieces of charcoal, brittle and vulnerable to completely crumbling at any moment. But the absorbing man clenched his teeth and didn't move. All of his mental capacity and will were controlled by the hammer of fear. Boom! Thor opened his palm, trying to call Mjolnir back. From the dark clouds above, dazzling lightning bolts bombarded the absorbing man. The hammer of Griethith seemed to be conscious. Not to be outdone, it swept out a circle of green flame and fought back. Danger! Thor's intuition alerted him. He first pulled Loki next to him and quickly dodged away. It's some kind of magic that can petrify people. As long as any flesh and blood body touches it, they would immediately turn into stone. Iron Man promptly explained. You shouldn't have slammed your hammer into him. This guy absorbs the material he touches and mimics it. After Tony Stark shot the Gustav cannon, the Iron Battlesuit's energy was depleted, and he could no longer participate in the battle. He could only provide some useful information to help Thor win. Crack, crack. As Iron Man's words fell, the surface of absorbing man's body underwent dramatic changes. The melted half of his body slowly grew silvery flesh, like hard armor wrapping around the throbbing Mjolnir. The muscles on his body, like a balloon, were constantly expanding. Like steel bars, they twisted tightly into muscles. They looked like they were full of power and seemed highly exaggerated. Like Kinnikuman coming straight out of the comics. The original glossy black metallic luster changed to a conspicuous silvery white shine. Roar! The absorbing man loudly roared. Sound waves shook the air and set off obvious ripples, visible to the naked eye. He absorbed my hammer. Thor was surprised and somewhat in disbelief. But that Uru metal, a specialty of Asgard. Its hardness and enchantment effect. Among the 9 realms, it was the best. He's not that powerful. Perhaps the serpent, Kull's hammer, has strengthened his ability to absorb. Iron Man speculated. What do we do now? Can you beat this monster without your hammer? Tony Stark meant that if Thor couldn't fight, they should retreat for now. They would have a showdown with this guy later on. No, Mjolnir. Thor hesitated. Without his hammer, he felt like a 50% similar knockoff. It was difficult for him to display his full combat powers. The guy who absorbed the Uru metal, on the contrary, would get stronger and stronger. In this situation, he wasn't optimistic. Retreat. Thor, get the hammer back later. Loki tugged her brother's cloak. That metal monster didn't look easy to deal with. She knew too well that even though Thor was called the god of thunder, but he was actually the god of hammer. Without Mjolnir, his combat power would be less than 30 or 40%. If they stayed here, they would only be passively beaten. No. I'm here to save Earth. How can I run away? Thor righteously refused, and his tone lowered to a whisper, Mjolnir is my partner. I can't leave her here, in the hands of that damn bastard. Loki helplessly shrugged, expressing her speechlessness. Her brother had this peculiar hobby. She couldn't do anything about it. Can your fists break through a raw metal? You can't even break the defense. How are you going to fight him? Loki sneered. This universe's Thor hadn't been sufficiently trained, relying too much on Mjolnir. Unlike the chubby god of thunder, after the hammer was crushed by Hela, he awakened the power of thunder in his body. Destroy. The absorbing man seemed to have thought of the same thing. His silvery white metallic body released a heavy momentum. Holding the hammer of Griethith, he took an arrogant step forward. Like a rhinoceros in a frenzy, he rammed straight at them. Without Mjolnir, I'm still the most powerful warrior in Asgard. Thor rubbed his hands together. As if he was a matador, his eyes fixed on his opponent. As for Loki and Iron Man, whose energy was already depleted, they had already stepped aside and waited for the god of thunder to make his move. Come on. I've defeated a frost giant with my bare hands, tamed a fierce wyvern, and hunted. Thor shouted, boosting his morale. Bang! The hammer of Griethith sent out a strong gale. Like hitting a baseball ball, it sent Thor flying. The latter hit the ground heavily. His legs and feet twitched and then stopped moving. Such a weak god. The absorbing man said in a deep voice. He stopped and looked at Loki and Iron Man, who had ducked to one side. Isn't your father Odin? Ask him to come to the rescue. Iron Man poked Loki on the shoulder. He didn't want to be a stone statue. Odin has been beaten by Earth's Sorcerer Supreme. He's paralyzed in bed. He can't come. Loki grimaced. She had already reminded Thor, the idiot, to retreat if he couldn't fight. Now, he was dragging her into trouble. She pulled out 2 enchanted daggers from her waist. With a swish, she flung towards the absorbing man's steel body, sending out a few sparks. Then, conjuring magic with one hand, she created several illusions. Don't judge Asgard's third princess from her delicate appearance. In fact, she was proficient in magic, and her combat abilities weren't weak. It's just that she had always been hidden under Thor's aura and seemed unremarkable. Her doppelgangers scattered in all directions, and their daggers slashed at the opponent. But it was of no use. Loki's attacks were as fierce as a tiger, but the damage was only 0.5. Because of the size and strength gap, it didn't look like an assassination raid but rather like giving someone a pedicure. When the dagger was slashing down, it only resulted in silver sparks, not even leaving a wound. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 16 comments. Vote. Chapter 417, Chapter 415 Portal, just one punch. The absorbing man stared down at Loki, who was jumping from side to side and performing her acrobatic movements. It seemed as if he was saying, "Is this it?" The damage caused by the two enchanted daggers were like simple scrapes. No, if she scraped a little harder, they may still be in a little pain. To be precise, it should be a slight tickle. It's all Thor's fault. Loki used all her skills that could cause damage, but it couldn't even break the metal monster's defense. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, she jumped back, and out of the battlefield. She blamed everything on her reckless brother. If he hadn't given away engineer for nothing and let the opponent absorb Uru metal, how could this have happened? Destroy. The absorbing man strode forward, raised the hammer of Griethith, and smashed it on the ground. Bang! Like a high-intensity earthquake. The solid road instantly collapsed and broke apart, raising a large amount of dust. Cars on both sides of the street suddenly shook and flipped. The ground, like waves, rolled to both sides, plowing a deep gully. The terrifying force shook all of Manhattan. Loki leapt high into the air to avoid the violent shock wave. But Thor wasn't so lucky. He had fallen to the ground. He felt consciousness blurring as he struggled to get up. As a result, he was directly impacted by the waves. Once again, the shock wave threw him high into the air. A few moments later, he crashed heavily onto the wreckage of a car. His legs twitched a few times, then stopped moving. Damn it! The other worthy is heading this way. While not doing much and watching the battle, Iron Man was recharging his battle suit. He watched the Hulk and Red Skull's daughter through the eagle's eye view transmitted by Jarvis. They seemed to sense the movement in this area and headed towards them. One worthy was already a headache. 2 more would be the death of him. Aren't the Avengers powerful? Why don't you call someone? Loki used several illusion forms to confuse the absorbing man, while one silently sneaked up to Iron Man's side. If Thor had not remained on the battlefield, she would have left long ago. Earth was now the most dangerous place in the 9 realms. The Serpent Kull, and his worthy, weren't people to be messed with. 2 of the strongest people in the Avengers, Thor, is lying there, and Hulk has defected to the enemy. Iron Man helplessly replied. The crisis came so suddenly that neither Shield nor were the Avengers prepared for it. In other words, he could also look for the X-Men or other superheroes for help. But now, the world was in chaos, and fear was spreading. For a while, it was difficult to contact people and consolidate the forces at hand. Just to deal with Kullsworthy and Nibelung's army of the dead had used up all of Shield and the Avengers' energy. By the way, didn't the Sorcerer Supreme go to Asgard? Where is he? Iron Man suddenly remembered Luke, the Sorcerer Supreme, who had knocked down Juggernaut on his debut. He was a true savior of the world. The Sorcerer Supreme went back to the Comitage first. He wants to open a portal and get the 9 realms to join forces. Loki shook her head. He had more important things to do and no time to pay attention to their side. When the 9 realms alliance arrived in Midgard, Kull's army of the dead would be nothing to fear. That's no good. Iron Man shook his head feebly. Later, either face 3 worthy and be smashed into tomato juice by them. Or strategic retreat and fight again another day. I've charged up to 50%. I'll cover you while you take Thor away later. In Asgard's prophecy, the Sorcerer Supreme told us that only Thor can defeat the serpent. He is the key. At the critical moment, Tony Stark lived up to the title of the superhero, showing extraordinary courage in the face of death. This made Loki look up to the other party. She used to think that humans were both selfish and greedy, a race of creatures full of wickedness. I will tell Thor to remember you. Loki patted Iron Man's shoulder. Usually, when faced with a strong enemy, the person who covered the back, protecting others, wouldn't end up well. In the face of being surrounded by three worthy, the probability of how this would end was chilling. Please ask him to tell Pepper, don't be too sad. She can symbolically miss me for a few years and then start a new life. Iron Man took a deep breath and prepared himself for a courageous death. As he was giving his last words, magical sparks cut through space, opening numerous portals. Mystic masters in vintage robes appeared in Manhattan in droves. They chanted spells and incantations in unison. Then the space vibrated like a broken mirror. The whole block seemed to have been cut off and became an independent world. The streets folded up and down and connected with each other. Tall buildings, like Lego bricks, were constantly moving and changing. Like a kaleidoscope dimension. A spectacular, bizarre sight to behold. It's the Sorcerer Supreme. Loki was the first to react. Iron Man breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, he didn't have to die. The masters of the mystic arts from Kamar-Taj was in order, on both sides, waiting for someone. A few seconds later, the magic spark flickered on and off, and a tall and straight figure emerged from the portal. It was Luke. Strange, I told you, there is no need to make such a big scene. Luke, who had finished his business and arrived in Manhattan, spoke with slight dissatisfaction. He had always been a low-key character and never paid attention to fame. Okay, I'll remember. Strange glanced at the corner of Sorcerer Supreme's curled-up lips and understood the meaning. Keep it up. Next time, step it up. What should we do with the three worthy trapped in the mirror dimension? Strange touched his shiny forehead, consciously put on heavy armor, picked up a large sword, ready to rush up to a set of Savage Impact and Whirlwind Chop. You're talking as if you have solved the problem. Luke curled his lips. The Hulk, the daughter of the Red Skull, and the guy who absorbed Uru metal. Strange wouldn't be able to handle any one of these three, even if he picked one out at random. Today, you will see what it means to be a true melee master. Luke said lightly, with the style of a man of high standing. Sweeping around, his eyes fixed on the body of the absorbing man. The opponent was unlucky enough to be the one closest to him, just in time to be used as a sandbag for practical teaching. By the hoary hosts of Hoggoth. Luke directly used the super order spell, Hoary Hosts of Hoggoth. The originally celestial-like hard body suddenly swelled and elevated, filled with a sense of oppression. Boom! Superman drew out an afterimage. Flying into midair, he came down from the sky and landed in front of the absorbing man. The ground shook with dust, and the dark red cloak fluttered. His size, at this time, was similar to his opponent, both over 3 meters tall, like small giants. Dest. Without giving the absorbing man the chance to make a sound, Luke swung his fist and stuck straight out. Boom! Raging waves of air exploded in a continuous stream of vibrations. The entire street seemed to be filled with a terrifying force, flooded with a destructive wave. The buildings on either side looked like dominoes, falling down neatly. Reinforced concrete collapsed and shattered, turning into a cloud of dust, blowing and floating. The violent tremors, centered on Luke's area, continuously radiated in all directions. The building collapsed like a mountain peak, tens of thousands of tons of construction debris pouring down. All of Manhattan, like the center of an earthquake, continued to sink and crumble downward. Strange. You see, this is a melee master. Luke threw the punch, and he didn't even look at it. He turned his head and walked away. You have a long way to go. Strange was dumbfounded. Subconsciously, he looked down. Could his clenched fists punch through Manhattan? Loki and Iron Man, who were watching the show, were even more shocked. They flew high in the sky, looking down on the dusty, shattered city. As for the target, Absorbing Man, they completely lost sight of him. He had completely evaporated. Like a wisp of smoke, not even a body was left. The only thing left where he stood was a square war hammer. That's Mjolnir. Luke went out of his way to spare Thor's beloved weapon. Is this the power of the Sorcerer Supreme? Iron Man finally regained his ability to think. Are wizards so violent these days? Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 15 comments. Vote. Chapter 418, Chapter 416. I think there's something wrong with this script. With one punch, the Absorbing Man was blasted to pieces. Luke reached out to dust off the non-existent dust on his battle suit. The clouds and breeze were light, and the atmosphere was calm. It was as if he just accidentally stepped on an ant when he was going out. Iron Man, as well as the worthy, which Thor had a difficult time dealing with, were so small in front of Superman. So strong. Although she had witnessed the Sorcerer Supreme and the God King Odin's battle, Loki was still a little shocked. The punch that sank Manhattan and killed the Absorber in seconds had a strong visual impact. Is the Sorcerer Supreme not from Earth? Iron Man had doubts. He thought that the Sorcerer Supreme was from an alien planet. After all, in his limited knowledge, the maximum limit of human strength was people as strong as the Hulk and Captain America. The power of mutants was manifested in a variety of natural abilities. Asgardians, on the other hand, exhibited stronger physical qualities and what was known as divine power. Someone like the Sorcerer Supreme, relying only on pure strength, highlighting their own formidability, was absolutely unique. You should ask him. I'm also curious to know whether mortal bodies can match gods. There was a hint of surprise in Loki's eyes, remembering Odin's defeat. She was even more in awe of Luke. That was a god king who had never faced a rival across the 9 realms. The best way for a strong man to make a name for himself was to defeat another strong man. The Sorcerer Supreme used his actions to answer the question, who was the strongest in the 9 realms? Strange, do you understand? This is the path you will take in the future. Luke lightly said so. Whether it's a demon from hell or a dimensional ruler from another dimension, as a melee master, there is no enemy that can't be solved with one punch. If there is, then swing again. Strange rubbed the shiny forehead, and a look of longing appeared in his eyes. He decided that after returning to Comatage, he would immediately triple the daily 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and other training programs. As long as his training wasn't wasted, he would train to death. One day, I can be as strong as the Sorcerer Supreme and become a real powerhouse. With this in mind, Strange felt like he was pumped up and was instantly filled with fighting spirit. Are you all right? Luke, who had finished fooling around, went to Iron Man and Loki with a calm expression. He accepted the look of awe in their eyes with open arms. As everyone knew, Superman had always kept a low profile, and he wasn't a big fan of fame and fortune. But if others were to offer their admiration, Luke wouldn't refuse. Just as gold shines wherever it's found. Similarly, Superman's own excellence, placed in any parallel universe, was able to attract people's heartfelt admiration. It was reasonable. I'm suffering from the charm that I shouldn't have at this age. Luke shook his head. The corners of his mouth curled up. I'm fine, but the thought of the cost of rebuilding Manhattan is a bit of a headache. Iron Man looked at him and smiled bitterly. Looking at the bustling city that was almost leveled to the ground, the economic loss was simply an astronomical amount. To be honest, as the number one sugar daddy of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the number one sponsor of the Avengers, Stark Industries had to spend an unimaginable amount of expenses every year. No matter how rich he was, it was very difficult to finance every inch of land in Manhattan, and it was very expensive. Don't worry, this is the mirror dimension. As long as the spell is removed, everything will go back to its original form. Luke wasn't a newcomer. Naturally, he knew that when superheroes fought, they were no different from a demolition crew. Especially for Superman. It was common for him to smash several satellites and several buildings. Fortunately, he had the mirror dimension, and he could go all out without restriction. The two worthy disappeared. Loki looked at the other areas. The Hulk, and the Red Skull's daughter, were about to approach. However, they were suddenly surrounded and enveloped by an ethereal green flame, a force that tore through the mirror dimension and carried the two away. The hammer of Griethith also disappeared. Kull can sense every worthy. When he sensed that something was wrong, naturally, he would pull his minions back. Luke smiled. He didn't stop them. The final battle wasn't in New York but in Antarctica. Kull's kingdom of fear was slowly rising there. The other party only sent the worthy to create chaos and extract the emotional energy of billions of living beings. The army of the Nine Realms are gradually gathering, and the stage has been set for Thor. By the way, where's Thor? Luke didn't want to start another battle with an All-Father. After all, the Vishanti didn't offer to raise his salary either. There. Loki looked slightly disgusted and pointed to a certain place covered by dirt. Before Luke gave orders, Strange took the initiative to take everyone from Kamar-Taj and started digging. He was already a mature master, who knew how to share the worries of his boss. Is this really the man of destiny that Asgard predicted would kill the serpent? Seeing the dust-haired Thor being dug up, Luke was somewhat speechless. He couldn't help but feel doubtful. Did Odin deliberately spread some gossip and create momentum for his son's succession to the throne in the future? How could he defeat an All-Father? Just by acting pretentious. The serpent was an existence that was at the same level as Odin. With the 8 hammers of fear providing power, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. Thor couldn't even beat a worthy. How could he beat the god of fear? That prophecy seems to be watered down, no matter how you look at it. To be honest, if I hadn't seen it, I wouldn't believe it. Loki shook her head with a bitter smile and helplessly said so. She went through Asgard's ancient collection of books to confirm the truth of this prophecy. The 3 Norns said it themselves, and they would never lie. But no matter how one looked at it, Thor couldn't be the son of prophecy, who was going to kill the serpent and claim victory over the god of fear. In Loki's eyes, the sorcerer supreme standing in front of her was more like a man who could stop the serpent and save the world. With his ability to defeat Odin, getting rid of the god of fear wasn't a problem. Where's the other Thor? Luke glanced at Thor, who was unconscious, and asked again. The Thor of this universe was unreliable, but he still had the chubby version. Loki shook her head, indicating that she hadn't seen the other one. Floating in outer space. Iron Man's robotic arm projected an image transmitted by the satellite. The chubby god of thunder hit with a home run swing by the Hulk, smashing through the atmosphere, and floated along a suborbital path. Well, does Asgard have someone reliable or not? Luke couldn't say anything. Odin was a cold-blooded butcher who intended to bomb the Earth and destroy the world. His brother Kull, the serpent, was even more ferocious. As for the two Thors, in addition to both being siscons for Loki, one was full of muscles, and the other was full of fat. How will this play out? Luke was full of doubts. When the final battle arrived, the Nine Realms allied forces versus the army of the dead, the Avengers would go against the worthy. If, in the end, Thor, the son of prophecy, was beaten half to death by the serpent and sent to reunite with his father, wouldn't it be embarrassing for Asgard and the three Norns? Comment. 17 comments. Vote. Chapter 419, Chapter 417. A person full of courage, everything can be blessed. After a moment of thought, Luke raised his hand to dismiss the mirror dimension. The devastated, sunken, and collapsed Manhattan disappeared. In its place, there was the still bustling metropolis, full of tall buildings. Luke looked up, looked through the clouds, and found the chubby god of thunder floating in outer space. This satellite-like object was smashed by the Hulk's hammer and flew straight out of the atmosphere. Fortunately, Asgardians were physically strong, especially Thor, who had the blood of the Aesir gods. He was in a coma for a while, but his life wasn't in danger. It was a relief to Luke that both Thors were the protagonist characters he had arranged for this script. If he lost any one of them, the possibility of slashing down Kull would be drastically reduced. With such a brother, Loki must have had a difficult life. Luke sighed helplessly. He flew out of the atmosphere and brought the chubby Thor back to Earth. After that, the two Thors were placed together, so Loki could give them a few heavy slaps. She used physical means to help them regain their consciousness. "Where's my hammer?" At the moment the Thor of this universe opened his eyes, he asked for Mjolnir. He exhaled a long sigh of relief, knowing that his beloved Mjolnir was safe and sound. Then, covering his flushed face, he asked with a grin, "Why does it feel like I've been beaten up?" What the fat god of thunder did was different. This Thor only had his sister in his heart. After regaining consciousness, his first sentence was, "Loki, are you okay?" This made the latter's heart flutter with emotions. The round face also looked much more pleasant to her eyes. As for the Thor of this universe, he was still thinking about the lost Mjolnir. He didn't realize that his sister was being pried away. This world is too messy. Luke tried to sort out Asgard's family relationships but found them too complicated and tangled and had to give up. "Sorcerer Supreme, what should we do next?" Iron Man wasn't aware of the delicate relationship between Loki and the two Thors. Looking at the block that the worthy had destroyed before, a touch of worry appeared in Tony Stark's eyes. Kull only sent his minions and the Avengers, and Shield already had a difficult time. When Asgard's god of fear officially appeared and extended his claws to the world, what should the superheroes do to resist? With this in mind, Iron Man couldn't help but look to the young Sorcerer Supreme. Luke's strength was obvious to all, and along with Komataj's overwhelming status, it wasn't shameful to ask him for help. "Get ready to fight, gentlemen. Kull's kingdom of fear is slowly rising in Antarctica. When the gate of Nibelung opens, and the army of the dead would gather in the frigid ice fields. Thor and Loki have reached a temporary alliance with Jotunheim and Muspelheim. The army is gathering, and we will be launching an attack on the serpent in 2 days. The fate of this planet is in your hands and mine. Luke's tone was flat, without the gravitas of an impassioned speech, but every word seemed to contain intense emotions. The crowd's emotions were stirred, and their blood boiled. But, before that, Luke paused for a moment. Before the final battle, he had a surprise package for the Avengers. I need to build the best weapons and armor for the soldiers who will join this war. In Asgard, the royal palace of Velasqualf. Looking at the huge warehouse that was about to be emptied, the gatekeeper Heimdall looked distressed. He thought that Thor was too generous. It was all the little bit of fortune that Odin had saved up. Swords of the highest quality, enchanted armor, scepters and lances that emitted energy, instruments made of rare materials. These superb equipment made by the dwarf craftsmen themselves were all thrown into a huge furnace. Asgard had become the military factory of Midgard. The weapons and equipment were turned into a red-hot liquid, similar to magma, in the furnace and slowly injected into molds. After that, the dwarfs repeatedly forged and smelted it with their unique sense and finally formed it. Blessed by the power of Odin. AK-74. Inside the active volcano, Iron Man looked dumbfounded. Is this what the Sorcerer Supreme calls the best weapon? He thought it would be a legendary magic weapon, like Thor's hammer or Gungnir. Thor wasn't going to use his hammer, but instead, carry an assault rifle. His momentum and style would be somewhat inconsistent. As an arms dealer, you wouldn't think that cold weapons were better than hot weapons, would you? Luke picked up a well-built magic version of the AK-74 assault rifle and walked out into the wide-open area. In front of Iron Man, he pointed at the target, pulled the trigger, and started shooting. The bullets with the attributes of Holy Light, Armor Breaker and Demon Repeller instantly turned a roaring beast into minced meat. It was so powerful and so effective that Tony Stark thought he was an expert. Later, call the Avengers. Equip them with 2 assault rifles each and an unlimited supply of ammunition. Luke was quite satisfied. The dwarfen craftsmen's forging skills were unique in the universe, and there were no problems with the new weapons. Kull has been sealed for thousands of years, and he doesn't know that times have changed. The key to deciding a battle is no longer the tactics of man, but the intensity of firepower. It's a shame we didn't have time. Otherwise, I would have let the dwarfs melt down Odin's destroyer armor and get some enchanted tanks and artillery. Iron Man's throat rolled twice. Thinking of his Mark series battle suits facing the worthy and passively beaten, he suddenly had a bold idea. Master Sorcerer Supreme, do you think my iron armor can be enchanted? Tony Stark squirmed and said so. As a talented, world-class scientist, he put aside his research and turned to seek the comfort of magic instead. If this got out, it would be somewhat embarrassing. After seeing the power of the AK-74, Iron Man decided to throw away all the unnecessary worries in his mind. Other people's comments would only last for a short while. But the enhancements he would get after getting his items enchanted would give him long-lasting benefits. This is technically difficult, but it's not completely impossible. Luke smacked his lips twice and slowly said so. Previously, he had arranged for Stephen Strange to get an enchanted hot weapon in response to the Sorcerer Supreme battle. Kull's army of the dead, who were undead, were difficult to kill in the true sense of the word. Only with the blessing of Odin could they be completely resolved. The king of the gods was at the South Pole, imprisoned by Kull. He had no time to bless any weapons. But with the Gungnir he left behind, Luke could barely replace the other and complete the task. To Iron Man's question, the Sorcerer Supreme thought for a moment and replied, "It depends on whether you have the courage to do it." Excuse me, Stark men never lack courage. Iron Man was full of confidence. He wasn't even afraid of the worthy, and he could also resist the hammers of fear. What else would scare him? That's good. I admire your confidence. Luke smiled with satisfaction. He then pointed down to a steel furnace that was spewing huge amounts of heat. See that? Iron Man nodded, wondering why the Sorcerer Supreme brought this up. Jump in with your iron battle suit on, Luke said seriously. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 16 comments. Vote. Chapter 420, Chapter 418 Enchanted Armor, Battle of the Five Armies. Jump in. Iron Man looked at the glowing furnace below and wondered if he had heard wrong. Those hard, shiny metal weapons were thrown in as if they didn't cost money. Then, in less than a moment, it would be melted into the hot molten iron and turned into a wisp of hot air. If this was the care with iron and gold, then a flesh and blood body of a mortal that jumped in, they would just evaporate, not even leaving a corpse. Is there a less dangerous way? Iron Man's mouth twitched as he took 2 steps back. Although Mark's series of battle suits were designed to protect against cold, radiation, and high temperatures. But if he entered the furnace below, even if his suit didn't melt, he would be baked to death. If you want to get stronger, you always have to pay the price, Tony. I believe you should be able to understand this equivalent exchange, Luke said indifferently. He didn't mean to embarrass Iron Man. Well, Tony Stark, who was about to celebrate his 40th birthday, was still his godson. As an old friend of Howard's, how could he make things difficult for Iron Man? This request was made because, according to Odin, the only way to receive the blessing of the gods was to go through the baptism of fire and hold on to one's innermost beliefs. Iron Man wanted to strengthen himself and upgrade his armor to an enchanted version. Luke could only provide the method, and not much more. Then wait for me to write a will and arrange my own affairs. Iron Man was chattering, it seemed to be a nagging problem. By the way, Sorcerer Supreme, remember to tell Pepper that I was burned to ashes to protect Earth instead of falling into a furnace. He said the same things he prepared when he was about to face the absorbing man. All this nonsense and rubbish talk was meant to help him overcome his inner fear. If you don't want to jump, there's absolutely no need to force it. Luke waved his hand. Compared with Tony's fear in the origin event, with his active intervention, Captain Bucky was not sacrificed, and Odin didn't destroy the planet. Moreover, Kull's 8 hammers were incomplete. Juggernaut's hammer of Ku-Earth fell into his own hands. Although it was restless and constantly struggling, wanting to return to its master's arms. But it was in Luke's underworld, which was more independent than the mirror dimension. Therefore, it couldn't be recalled no matter how hard Kull tried. That meant that if the God of Fear wanted to break through to the All-Father level, his success rate was slim to none. Secondly, a day later, the 5 armies of Jotunheim, Muspelheim, Midgard, Asgard, and Vanaheim, gathered at the South Pole. In terms of overall military strength, the 9 realms weren't inferior to Kull's Nibelung army. In addition, Luke had two Thors, which was an absolute advantage. In the coming battle, we don't need Iron Man to take the lead. Thor and Asgard are the main force. Luke comforted him. He was also worried that if Iron Man did die in an accident, meeting Howard would be awkward in the future. I have the courage and determination. Stark family men were all equally stubborn. Iron Man took some time to record a video of his last words and uploaded it to Jarvis' storage space. Then, with firm eyes, he jumped. The melting furnace emitted a burst of heat that turned the interior red. The busy dwarf craftsman watched Tony Stark's death with shocked eyes. That's the kind of heat that could melt a raw metal. Well, it looks like the gods of Asgard are giving Iron Man a bit of respect, or is it me? Luke watched as Tony Stark plunged into the furnace, splashing a few drops of iron. The terrible heat didn't melt Iron Man and his armor. A few minutes later, he came out with a battle suit that looked as if it had been fully polished and waxed. He appeared in front of Luke in a completely new look. Like a replica of Odin's destroyer armor, magical patterns were imprinted on the surface of the suit, ready to gather powerful energy and display an indestructible aura. How does it feel? Luke curiously asked. He wasn't sure what the so-called blessing of the gods was. Presumably, it should be similar to Vishanti's blessing. Great. My Mark series armor has never been as good as this. There was a hint of excitement in Iron Man's tone. He had jumped in with the resolve of someone sure of his death. But he didn't expect that after jumping into the furnace, he wouldn't get melted down by the furnace. Instead, there was a mysterious force enveloping the red and gold iron battle suit. It was as if someone was whispering in his ear, or as if he had caught a glimpse of a few imposing silhouettes. When Tony Stark's consciousness returned to his body, he found himself in a battle suit that had undergone a dramatic change. As if reborn from the ashes, a powerful feeling came over him. I think we can call the Avengers over and let them jump in. Iron Man made a suggestion. The Avengers would be destroyed on their own, without the need for Cull's help. The corners of Luke's mouth twitched, seemingly speechless. Do you really think that anyone can get Asgard's blessing of the gods? Distribute the enchanted weapons, and ask the dwarfs to make them even more powerful. Regardless of accuracy or stability, as long as they're powerful enough. Luke was a true believer in the principles of more is beautiful, bigger is better, caliber is justice, and artillery is truth. The assault rifle, of course, was a handheld piece of artillery. In the time that followed, the Avengers were all given their fair share of equipment, and Asgard's army was fully armed. Kamataj's masters of the mystic arts, led by Strange, had finally reached the Antarctic ice fields. Hundreds of masters, wearing sling rings, carves out portals. Sparks cut through the void, drawing out several huge portals. Jotunheim, Muspelheim, Asgard, Vanaheim. With the sound of trumpets, 4 armies emerged onto the cold and windy ice field. Dang! 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 The drums of war were beating, and the trumpets were blowing. Finally, the Avengers, who belonged to the Midgard, followed the Sorcerer Supreme out of a portal. As far as the eye can see, it resembled a dark cloud charging towards the magnificent palace standing on the ice. Oh, did you see that, Odin? Your son is here with help. Kull, holding the 9th hammer of fear, stood at the highest point of the palace. I'm afraid you never imagined that Asgardians would one day be fighting alongside the frost giants of Jotunheim and Searcher's men, did you? Odin closed his eyes and said nothing. These days, Kull humiliated and tortured himself in different ways. It was as if he wanted to let out all the anger that had built up over the years. The wounded God King heard the rumbling sound and felt the thunderous power of Thor bursting forth. How could there be two of them? Odin opened his one eye. He was pierced by the power of fear and tied to a cross as if he was crucified. In the middle of his view, there was a huge dark cloud with no end in sight. Asgard's golden legion was in the center, flanked by the deep blue frost giant and the red flame giants on both sides. Vanaheim's army was followed by Kamartaj's masters of the mystic arts and the Avengers. Nibelung's army of the undead dash. Kull roared to the heavens, and the green flames of light burst forth. As if releasing some kind of signal, a gloomy atmosphere emerged. A rotting, old warship crashes through an iceberg, with bodies hanging from its sails. A cold wind blew through, bringing out a pale, deadly air. My children dash. Kull, the serpent, shouted again. The worthy, who were recalled, slowly walked out. They led Nibelung's army of the undead and launched a charge. Boom! Like a torrent of steel clashing together, they set off a fierce wave of blood and flesh. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 14 comments. Vote. Chapter 421, Chapter 419 Enchanted Gatling, 600 blessings per minute. The day of destiny has come. Heimdall stood on the crumbling Bifrost, sword in hand, silently watching the battle of the five armies taking place in Midgard. Because Asgard had sent out the entire army, the palace was now defenseless. To ensure the safety of the queen, Freyja, and the rest of her people, the gatekeeper didn't set foot on the battlefield and chose to stay. Heimdall believed that the key to winning the battle was not the number of troops. Everything was arranged by fate. Asgard wasn't like the other divine lineages. It was a storybook with the ending already written. Those who sit above in shadow had planned Ragnarok. Therefore, the trajectory of the gods' destiny was imprinted on the ancient tablets of stone and couldn't be changed. A closed loop that was hard to break. 2 days ago, the Queen of Asgard, Freyja, traveled to Nornheim in search of the three Norns, the goddesses of destiny, attempting to save Thor and make a difference. But it was to no avail. They had to wait for their destiny to come. When Kull ascended to the throne, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a future in which Asgard would be destroyed. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to kill many gods, stripped them of their power, and forged the hammers of fear. Perhaps the aim was right, but the brutal way in which it was done incurred the resentment of Odin and the Vanir gods alike. After replacing his brother as the new king of Asgard, Odin also foresaw Ragnarok. He used the valiant Hela as the spearhead in Asgard's attack, sweeping across the 9 realms and opening up new territories. As for the father-daughter feud and the sword fight that followed, it was purely accidental. On the one hand, Odin didn't expect his eldest daughter would be recognized by the World Tree and that her connection with Asgard would grow. On the other hand, Hela wasn't satisfied with ruling the 9 realms, and she had more ambitious goals. If it fails, do you want to release Hela? Heimdall thought Odin had made the worst plan. If he destroyed Earth and still couldn't stop Kulls from recovering his strength, he seriously considered releasing Hela, who had been recognized by the World Tree and linked to Asgard. Although she was his own daughter, Hela may not be fond of Odin. In keeping with Asgard's tradition of family feuds, it would be normal for her to come up and beat her father up. Hopefully, Thor will be able to break the destiny. Heimdall sighed with a heavy heart. Under his sight, the two gods of thunder charged into the army of the dead, like tigers charging into a flock of sheep. A dazzling burst of electric light illuminated the Antarctic sky. Bang! Thor swung a hammer and smashed an undead body to pieces. Loki, do you see how good I am? He was happy that he had recovered Mjolnir. Boom! A thunderstorm of blazing electricity spread across the sky. The constant stream of undead forces was instantly cleared. The chubby Thor held the Stormbreaker and flew to Loki's side with mighty momentum. He gave Thor a sidelong glance and grunted, "That's it. How dare you call yourself a god of thunder?" The two guys were bickering as if they were about to fight. Boom! 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 Iron Man flew overhead before a decision could be made between the thunder gods. Blessed by the gods, two enchanted Gatling guns popped out of the shoulders. A fierce spurt of incandescent fire swept past like a lance. The undead warriors swept up in the metal storm were instantly reduced to powder and disappeared with a wail. Iron Man was like a harvesting machine. Wherever he went, the army of the dead was defeated. Enchanted Gatling, with a rate of 600 rounds of blessings per second. Luke had some regrets. In his opinion, Iron Man's reinforcement wasn't enough. Seeing Tony Stark's power, he smashed the two undead ships and purified a huge swathe of the undead. The two Thors couldn't be helped, one swinging a hammer and the other carrying an axe, and they went into a killing spree. On the Antarctic ice field, the sound of shouting and killing broke through the heavy clouds that had built up. "Master Sorcerer Supreme, aren't you going to make a move?" Strange followed Luke's side and acted as a guard. If he spotted an undead warrior rushing towards him, he would take it away with a set of blows and slashes. With his shiny bald head, strong body, armor, and sword, he was like a wall of iron, creating a sense of oppression. Didn't the Asgardians say that this was the day the prophecy would be fulfilled between Thor and Kull, so why should I interfere? Luke shook his head. He was just the last insurance policy, the one responsible for ending it. In the final analysis, all this mess with Kull could be classified as a family feud. As we all know, for such events, law enforcement usually only mediated rather than interfered. But there are two Thors, who is the son of prophecy? Strange scratched his head, slightly puzzled. Since his hair fell out, he grew less and less inclined to think critically. When he encountered anything, the first thing that came to mind was whether he could solve it with his fist or his big sword. Strange consulted with the Sorcerer Supreme for this purpose. Luke answered like this. "It's normal, nothing wrong. Throughout the world, the stronger the muscles, the more frequently the IQ drops. Whoever could kill the serpent is the son of prophecy." Luke spoke nonsense as he gazed into the distance at Kull, who was standing atop the Kingdom of Fear. Judging from his aura alone, he was roughly on the level of an All-Father, slightly less so than Odin. But considering the fear hammer forged by the other party, it could absorb the emotional energy of the living beings. His real combat power was definitely more than that, and it could continue to improve. Personally, I wish Thor had been more aggressive, so I don't have to do it myself. Luke rubbed his palm together as if he was warming up. A fight with an All-Father was mentally and physically exhausting. It may take 3 or 4 months to recover, solely from basking in the sun. The small amount of compensation given by the Vishanti wasn't enough to pay for Superman's second appearance. Luke couldn't help but think twice. At the front of the battlefield, the two Thors had cleared a path. High-ranking undead warriors on beasts and dragon corpses were no match for the electrifying weapon-wielding Thors. The thunderous lightning poured out in all directions like a boiling torrent. The thick ice cap melted and evaporated, sending up a huge cloud of white smoke. The undead warriors in it burned to ashes in mere moments, and they could never return to Nibelung. When did you have 2 sons? And they both have the power of thunder. Kull turned his head and looked at Odin. In his memory, Odin only had 1 son. Can't I be old and strong? Odin said indifferently. Although he didn't know why there were 2 Thors. But at this point in time, it was important to act firm. Kull was sealed in the deep sea. Before he ascended the throne, he didn't care for women and left no children. In terms of sowing, Odin was confident that he could outperform the other party. Oh, I only wanted you to lose 1 son today. Kull sneered. In his view, mating impulses were animalistic. As a noble god, that kind of boring activity was meaningless. My children, end the destiny of Asgard's children. Trample them underfoot. Kull shouted. Hammer of Nurkod, hammer of Skirn, hammer of Mok, hammer of Griethith, hammer of Angra. At these words, the remaining worthy moved in unison towards the 2 Thors. Luke suddenly frowned and felt something was wrong. In the palace of the rising kingdom of fear, he sensed an extremely violent and fierce aura. Like an exploding celestial body, a black hole that devoured everything. The serpent still had a card up his sleeve. His supervision penetrated through the many barriers and only an eerie glowing green flame. A tall figure floated in the swaying divine power of fear. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 19 comments. Vote. Chapter 422, Chapter 420 Disadvantages, Mystery Man. Dude, which one are you going to pick? Thor glanced at the chubby Thor and told him to choose his opponent first. 8 worthy, except for Juggernaut, who took the lead in being defeated, and the absorbing man, who was blasted to the ash with 1 punch. Right now, there were still 6 people left in the group. Most of them were 3rd and 4th tier villains or criminals with little popularity. On a normal day, vigilantes like Iron Fist, Daredevil, and the Punisher could solve them, and there was no need to dispatch the Avengers at all. It was different now. They had been chosen to become worthy from the favor of the Hammers of Fear. With how the powerful strength was easily attained, the price was trivial. For example, self-awareness. This was very important in the eyes of many people. But it was worthless for others. The big green guy. I've got a score to settle with Hulk. The chubby god of thunder was furious. He couldn't forget how he was hit by the hammer and flew into outer space. At least, they fought side by side in Sakaar and formed a deep friendship. Why was it, when he returned to Earth, he didn't even show mercy? What's more, Hulk even slammed him back and forth. This was a treatment only Loki deserved. Hulk swore that he would never do that to me. Fatty Thor looked like a grouch. He fought the Hulk on Sakaar's arena in an alternate universe. The big green guy beat himself up in the same way he did Loki. Later, Thor asked Banner to keep it a secret and told Hulk not to do that again. Being tossed around like noodles was a humiliating thing. I'll take the 2 next to him too. Chubby Thor said so as he gallantly lifted his Stormbreaker. If you ignore his beer belly, he really looked like a god. Then I'll take the other side. We'll see who's faster. Thor firmly gripped his Mjolnir, looking confident. Not only was Iron Man strengthened, but he also received the blessings of the gods. The mighty battle armor was laced with wisps of electric light. Like a cannonball, Mjolnir ripped through the air and cold atmosphere, bringing up a strong gust of wind. Boom! A terrifying blast rang out across the ice field. The owner of the Hammer of Skirn was caught unaware. Snap! One left arm was broken off at the shoulder and reduced to a crumbling mass of flesh. The worthy let out a bitter cry of pain but didn't retreat. He took a giant step forward and slammed into Thor with his war hammer. It was a fierce, aggressive force. Bang! The ice cap collapsed and shattered downwards, sending large chunks of ice up and over like waves. Undaunted, Thor swung his hammer. Mjolnir collided with the Hammer of Fear, one silvery white, the other ghostly green. These two extreme colors clashed and mixed with each other, bursting with endless destructive power. Within a few kilometers, the entire area became a field of lighting. A thunderous plasma that could melt everything, overflowing and scattering, scaring people away. Eat this. Destroy. The master of the Hammer of Nurkod, breaker of oceans, and the new master of the Hammer of Mok, both worthy, also joined the fray. An eerie green glare kept flashing. It was an explosion of energy. With 3 against 1, Thor's situation wasn't optimistic. He was a bit vulnerable, switching from attacking to defending, and his boldness was stifled. The 3 hammers of fear came down in unison, unleashing a massive torrent of energy that drove Thor back. He gripped Mjolnir, and thunder descended from the dark clouds. Like a hard rock in the heart of the river, he stood firm against the onslaught. The two sides were in a stalemate. On the other side, the fat god of thunder wasn't doing too well either. Despite all the bravado, facing the Hulk was easier said than done. The Hulk was always angry, and this extreme emotion was magnified by the Hammer of Fear. This also meant that he was stronger than usual. Once this fierce green beast released his anger, the consequences would be unimaginable. Smash! Banner's consciousness was suppressed to the very corners of his mind. With great force, the Hulk swung his hammer high in the air. Boom! The ice field shook. Crack! Crack! The solid ice cracked, and the terrifying power conducted along the ice even caused the fat god of thunder to pale. He flew into the air and dodged the Hulk's fierce and powerful blow. He took advantage of the situation, and his Stormbreaker pulled his body straight down. Since the incident with Thanos, that is, the one time he failed to kill, Thor had become a beheading maniac. Whenever he encountered an enemy, he would always go for their heads. Smash! The Hulk roared, and the sound waves swept through the air. Circles of substantial lines could be seen. Let the rapidly falling chubby god of thunder, like falling into glue, slightly slow down for a moment. Death to Asgard's Thor. An extremely sinister laugh rang out. An atmospheric blast of air from the Hammer of Fear struck the chubby Thor. The power was strong enough to send Thor flying backward like a cannonball. He broke through an iceberg, and his whole body was firmly embedded in the ice. The situation doesn't look good. He saw that Iron Man was about to go over to support him when Kull swung his hammer and knocked him down from the sky, leaving a long trail of flames. The other superheroes also tried to help. But the army of the dead surrounded them like a tidal wave, blocking their way. Kull's eyes looked indifferent, but his behavior appeared to be saying that no one should interfere with the battle. Sorcerer Supreme, are you not going to make a move? Strange was anxious. If this continued, the two Thors were likely to get a beating from the worthy and lose again. Maybe they wouldn't even get a chance to see Kull's face before they died under the hammers of fear. It looked like the Avengers wouldn't be able to recover from the disadvantage too. Strange pondered over this but eventually turned his attention to Luke. A man who could defeat Odin was equivalent to an important weight that could break the balance. I'm waiting. Luke's expression was slightly more serious, no longer appearing relaxed. With his supervision, he couldn't break through the shroud of fear to see the true face of the tall figure. However, the horrible aura from the other party, as well as the divine power of fear covering the surface of the body. He could tell. This was a terrible opponent who wasn't inferior to Odin. It was even younger, even better than Odin. Is there such a person on Earth? Luke's brow slightly furrowed as a ball of pure white light gathered in his hand. Just like making a phone call, he was going to contact Vishanti. If his guess was right, they had to raise his salary. Otherwise, he would lose too much. At the same time, the tall figure in the Kingdom of Fear seemed to have sensed something. He slowly opened his eyes, and the dark green flames of light dominated his mind. The serpent's voice, like a loud bell, echoed over and over. Worthy, destroy everything. A raspy voice rang out, like rusty iron scraping against each other. My name is. The man looked as if he had lost his memories. He tried to recall them but got nothing. Under the negative influence of the divine power of fear, it was difficult for any man to concentrate. Robert, my name is Robert. After a long silence, in the deepest part of the Kingdom of Fear, there was a whisper. Robert Reynolds. No. I'm not that coward. The man shook his head. A glint of confidence rose in his eyes. The terrifying aura was like a volcano erupting, breaking away from the green flames wrapped around his body. I'm the Sentry. The Invincible Sentry. Comment. 9 comments. Vote. Chapter 423, Chapter 421. A million exploding suns, Sentry is here. Stark, have SHIELD send you the location where each of the hammers of fear had fallen to, along with specific information about each of the selected hosts. Luke frowned. His supervision was hindered by the divine power of fear, and he couldn't see the tall figure's true face. But from the aura released, he could sense that this was an extremely tough opponent. The clouds of green light flame could only cover the surface and couldn't penetrate into the body. Even Kull's powers couldn't completely control this person. He couldn't imagine how powerful his opponent was. Suddenly, Luke remembered another thing. If Asgard's prophecy was so powerful that even an All-Father level couldn't break it, then, it was only right that it would adjust to his arrival. Like a well-written script, with other characters mixed up. As a screenwriter, either give the guy some sort of weakness, or use other methods to make the problem disappear. Even Asgard's those who sit above in the shadow, wouldn't be able to obliterate an All-Father wantonly. But it didn't seem difficult to choose a more powerful host for Kull after all. This was closer to the comic book universe and there would never be a shortage of powerhouses. In order to prevent this butterfly from causing a storm, technical adjustments would be made. The mysterious worthy was the proof. Luke surmised. Sorcerer Supreme, the hammers fell in cities marked here. Iron Man, who was killing people with his Gatling, was summoned and flew to Luke's side. He gave Jarvis direct access to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database and pulled out the relevant information. London, Dubai, Brazil. Luke scanned the holographic map, checked the character profiles, and compared it with the worthy on the battlefield but found nothing amiss. All of the hosts chosen by the hammers of fear, with the exception of the absorbing man, who was bludgeoned to death, were correct. 8 worthy, that guy isn't among them. Then, who is he? With a look of confusion in his eyes, Luke waved his hand, indicating that Iron Man could return to the battlefield. Cull forged a total of 9 hammers. He mastered the ultimate hammer of fear himself and selected 8 minions. Superman had a hunch but couldn't be sure. Just then, the pure white light that was in the palm of his hand flickered for a moment. As the call went through, he got a response from Vishanti. Something wrong. The emerging words, as always, were short and concise. It's probably the old man Agamotto. Luke grimaced. His impression of the Vishanti was Agamotto as a stern old man, Oshja as a soft-spoken woman, and Hogoth as a hands-off individual. Superman sent his inner questions and hinted at something in passing. He had no qualms about getting rid of the serpent, Cull, but they would have to pay extra. As the Sorcerer Supreme, Lieutenant General Superman was no better than those mercenaries who came and went when called upon. The benefit of casting a spell without having to pay for it wasn't enough to pay for Luke's next appearance. Cull, the god of fear, plus another powerful enemy whose details were unknown. To be honest, his chances of winning may not be very high. After sending the message, Luke seemed to think that the hint wasn't strong enough, so he made up an emoji and threw it in. From the Vishanti's side, there were a few minutes of silence, no direct response. It was only when Luke got a little impatient and was about to cut off the chat that the pure white light slightly flickered again. We can talk about it. Luke raised an eyebrow. To be honest, there was nothing quick about Vishanti's work. In this respect, the Ancient One was much better than her bosses. She would always make a direct offer, never beating around the bush. It was well known that every generation of Sorcerer Supreme was a famous scoundrel, owing loans to the demon gods of all dimensions. Dormammu came to collect the payment several times and was beaten up instead. As the saying goes, fish rots from the head down. If the Sorcerer Supreme was like this, then the Vishanti's promises had little credibility too. What's more, they didn't give him a clear answer. Only a fool would work and talk about the reward after the task was done. Everyone knows they should pay a deposit first. So perfunctory, really no sincerity. Luke, pretending to be unhappy, extinguished the pure white light in his palm and adopted the attitude of not bothering to talk about it anymore. If it wasn't for strange sake, it should be for the sake of Kamatage. Who would want to fight 3 All-Fathers within a week? I'm not some superhero who's going to save the world. Luke softly snorted and turned his attention to the battlefield. Both Thors were on the losing end of the Worthy's onslaught. According to his prediction, in half an hour at most, the prophesied destiny of the serpent and the god of thunder would be smashed into tomato juice. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, the Vishanti finally sent a message. The reward was increased with several added promises. Who is the 9th worthy? He was interested in Vishanti's promise to provide him with several ways to become a dimensional god. The god of death, Set's authority, was in his hands. If he could go one step further, he would have more power. It was very likely that Superman would become a god in the true sense of the word and open up his own underworld. Although there was death, one of the 5 gods in the universe, all authority over death under the multiverse was vested in each other. The possibility of hitching a ride with Thanos' crush and elevating oneself to the next level was still quite appealing. Robert Reynolds. The Vishanti gave him an unfamiliar name. The pure white light went out, and the call was over. Luke's eyebrows slightly tightened, searching in his memory. After a few breaths, he still couldn't find the specific person. I don't know, wait. Luke's pupils contracted as if he suddenly remembered something. He called Iron Man back again and asked him to search S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database for the name. Robert Bob Reynolds has many duplicate names. I'll filter them out and narrow them down. He lives in New York, Queens, right? Male, okay, found him. Tony Stark was very efficient. He quickly found information about the man. He has 4 criminal records: theft, robbery, and drug trafficking. A true scum of the earth, a drug addict. But this guy named Reynolds should have died 3 months ago. In the northern part of Queens, there was a big explosion in a college laboratory. Many corpses were found at the scene. One of them was identified as Robert Reynolds. The police concluded that Reynolds had infiltrated the laboratory and was about to commit a theft when he was killed in an explosion. Luke's face grew serious. He asked in a deep voice, "What kind of research does the laboratory do?" "Let me see, some kind of dimensional energy exploration. It looks a bit like a high-energy physics, particle collision sort of thing." Iron Man hesitated for a moment. As a world-class genius, he found a hint in the reports he searched. Human enhancement programs, energy potions. Who approved this? It's dangerous and unrealistic. When Luke heard this, he didn't bother to ask any more questions. Because he already knew who Cull's ninth worthy was. And here I was, thinking I should express my appreciation for Vishanti's generosity. Luke shook his head with a sarcastic smile. Unexpectedly, when I turned my head, they raised the difficulty from easy to hard mode. Boom! At the same time, the Kingdom of Fear suddenly shook. The solid ice cap trembled as if it was about to crumble. The majestic golden light melted away everything, and Cull's magnificent palace was instantly crushed to dust like a weathered stone statue. I'm the Sentry, the invincible Sentry. The mighty Sentry. A frenzied voice was heard and spread far away along with the cold wind. A golden figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 18 comments. Vote. Chapter 424, Chapter 422 Godhammer Shattered, Friend or Enemy? Who is that guy? The same question came from Odin and Iron Man's mouth. The former had a hint of uneasiness. From the perspective of the God King, he could naturally see that the golden figure was emitting a stream of stellar energy all over his body. Just like it should be countless exploding stars, filled with a terrifying aura of destruction. The mere reaction of the radiated energy caused disturbances in the magnetic field and vibrations in space. The golden flame was actually a turbulent stream of particles. Like a rainbow of light, they rose straight up into the sky, piercing the atmosphere, overflowing and disappearing. The latter was somewhat surprised. He didn't understand what was happening. All eyes were previously on the two Thors, the gods of thunder, as they battled the worthy. But in the blink of an eye, they were intrigued by the strange guy who appeared out of nowhere. He said he's the Sentry. Cull and the Sorcerer Supreme answered at the same time. The God of Fear didn't mind that the magnificent palace in which he lived was instantly reduced to dust and melted away. On the contrary, he had a satisfied expression on his face, as if he was admiring a masterpiece. As if everything was as expected. Odin, you're also surprised, right? When I was awakened by Cynthia, the 8 hammers fell to earth, and they each chose their own hosts. Kull looked smug. He couldn't help showing off to his younger brother. But, the hammer of fear that belongs to me is equally restless. The hammer represents madness and calmness, creation and destruction, a myriad of conflicting emotions. After thousands of years, it has found a more suitable master than me. Odin gazed at the tall, mountainous figure standing still and sneered, "Did you go crazy, Kull? Is it good that the hammer of fear, forged by your own hands, has abandoned you? My stupid brother, I'm the god of fear. The hammer is only the embodiment of my strength, not the source." Kull looked down at Thor, the god of thunder, and laughed, "Unlike your son, I am not blinded by the illusion of power and cannot see it for what it is." Odin was silent. He told Thor a long time ago not to rely too much on Mjolnir, but the other party didn't take it to heart. Sentry is the owner of the 9th hammer of fear. This poor guy, who is arrogant and self-abased, tough and weak, is also my last bargaining chip, to destroy the 9 realms and cut off destiny. Kull opened his hands as if he saw the goddess of victory smiling at himself. Odin's mood was complicated. Although he hated Kull and didn't think what the other party had done was the right thing. But there was no denying that, the 9th host of the hammer, the man named Sentry, was incredibly strong. The violent energy that overflowed made him think of the terrifying sight of a collapsing star. In Midgard, who could stop him? He is called Sentry. Luke took a deep breath and lightly said so. Iron Man and Strange were both confused. They had never heard the name before, whether in the list of heroes or villains. Sentry, such a name never existed. He's Robert Reynolds, the drug addict, who infiltrated Knowlson's lab and had the misfortune to encounter an explosion. Luke continued to explain. Iron Man was surprised. He quickly scanned the information provided by Jarvis. But Robert Reynolds is dead. His body was taken by the NYPD and turned over to the Langone Medical Center because no one claimed it. Tony Stark was a little confused. What kind of power could bring a person back from the dead and make them so powerful? There may have been an accident. Anyway, Robert Reynolds is alive and well. Luke looked at the golden figure. His powerful aura was still climbing upwards as if there was no end in sight. At the other's foothold, the solid thick ice sheet collapsed, seemingly unable to bear their heavy body. The entire Antarctic seemed to wail as large cracks spread and expanded in all directions. He not only alive, but he also became one of the most powerful human beings on this planet. The corners of Luke's mouth curved up, and his long dormant quest list slightly flickered. Side quest, Absolute Power, who is the strongest on Earth? Requirements, defeat Sentry, Hyperion, Gladiator, and Blue Marvel. Reward, every time you beat one person, you will get a lucky draw. Even if it wasn't for the Vishanti's task, the mere chance of a lucky draw was enough to get Superman's heart pumping, and he went all out for an amazing battle with the Sentry. Is there another human on Earth as powerful as this guy? Iron Man asked in surprise. From the energy readings shown by Jarvis, it appeared that Sentry was the center of a nuclear explosion, with high-energy particles emitting intense radiation similar to gamma rays. Worst of all, the energy readings, which had already exceeded their peak, didn't stop there but continued to soar. This proved that the Sentry still had room for improvement. He was constantly and rapidly getting stronger. Iron Man's keen intuition told him that if he continued to let that guy be, once the incalculable cosmic energy erupted, the Earth would be violently impacted. This was an extinction-level crisis. Of course. Luke nodded and chuckled, and me. If it's just about physical strength and sheer power, the Sentry is right up there with me. Iron Man was speechless. He thought there was another villain as powerful as the Sentry. At the same time as Tony Stark was annoyed, there was a glimmer of hope in his heart. Can Sorcerer Supreme save the world? Superman versus the Sentry seems interesting. Luke was relaxed on the surface, but his fists were silently clenched as the stellar energy surging inside him began to boil. Iron Man and Strange were standing close to him. Inexplicably, they felt the air around him freeze and the pressure increase. Sentry. As the focus of the audience, Robert Reynolds was in a trance and in an unstable state. The green flame occupied a part of his consciousness. But in the infinite depths of his mind, there was a dark shadow firmly rooted. Brutality, destruction, slaughter, countless negative emotions were released from its twisted black tentacles. What should I do? Robert Reynolds muttered. The divine power of fear couldn't erode his spirit completely but made the man even more insane. At this point, the Sentry was like a drug addict who had just gotten high. He seemed like he was confused, not knowing where he was. He soared to the clouds and looked down on the earth from above. He saw countless tiny black dots, like a swarm of ants. Stomp on them. Stomp them to death. There was a voice that rang out and struck deep in his heart. Robert Reynolds was on the move, with a crazy grin on his face, ready to take on this nest of ants. Just then, a worthy was sent flying by Thor and landed in front of the Sentry. He was the master of the Hammer of Skirn, and a minion of the Serpent, Kull. But Robert Reynolds didn't care about that. All he saw were ants. This one is stronger, ha 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 ha, stomp it to death. A sharp voice squeezed out of his throat as the golden figure lifted his foot and stomped down. Boom! It was as if a violent earthquake of magnitude 10 had occurred. The cracks in the Antarctic ice field were instantly widened by the force of the impact. It was as if a pair of hands ripped it apart and turned it into a bottomless glacial canyon. The unlucky worthy, before the soles of his feet landed, was shattered into a puddle of mud. Then the slimy pile of limbs disintegrated again into tiny particles invisible to the naked eye. Robert Reynolds was oblivious to the huge commotion he caused. His eyes were wide open, and a look of ecstasy flashed by. Then, the Sentry bent down and grasped the indestructible hammer of fear. The palm of his hand gripped it tightly. Boom! An eerie green light burst forth. Like a whale before death. The Hammer of Skirn was shattered into powder. Sentry, what are you doing? Seeing this, Kull angrily asked. He never told Robert Reynolds to destroy the hammers of fear that he had painstakingly forged. That was the embodiment of his own power. They aren't your enemy. Obey the will of the serpent and kill Thor. The angry roar reached Sentry's ears. He tilted his head, turned around, and looked at the god of fear with a strange look. You are also an ant. He held out his hand, pointed to Kull, and spoke with no expression. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 16 comments. Vote. Chapter 425, Chapter 423 The other way around, the minion biting its owner. Ant. Asgardians had always been proud, boasting that they were the guardians of the 9 realms. What's more, Kull was a member of the Aesir gods, the supreme monarchs who were once crowned king. From status and power to an honorable bloodline, it was a first-class birth. Today, a human being called him an ant. It had exceeded provocation and was equivalent to a direct insult. As we all know, Odin's family was a cranky bunch. His brother Kull was no exception. How dare a mere mortal mock the gods? Kull decided to give Sentry a good beating to let the other party know who the real boss was. You are too blinded by power, even thinking of challenging the gods, he said. The cold glow of the long-handled hammer struck the golden figure as if it was a bolt of green lightning. That would have been the weapon belonging to Robert Reynolds, the 9th worthy. But Kull, worried that the Sentry might suddenly get out of control, deliberately kept it in his own hands. Just use the power of fear to confuse the Sentry's mind and control it. It had to be said that he got it right. The Sentry had never been an easy person or tool to master. Boom! The All-Father's terrifying power was poured into the hammer. Like thunder exploding, it illuminated the desolate ice field. Kull, the serpent. God of fear. Odin's brother. Countless people were shocked by this, saying his name out loud. The allied forces of Asgard, Jotunheim and Muspelheim, had become passers-by, with no influence on the course of the battle. Stepping in and rushing into the battlefield were extravagant hopes. That was an all-father battle. An ordinary person trying to go near was equivalent to looking for death. The crowd felt a flash of light and a strong burning sensation on their retinas from the blazing light. Even the Avengers enhanced humans like Hawkeye and Black Widow couldn't stand the stimulation and chose to close their eyes to avoid injury. Wow, this is big news. Only Spider-Man could act as a superhero while not forgetting his own job. He took out a camera from nowhere and started shooting at the risk of being blinded. This is first-hand coverage. Exclusive news. The Spider-Man of this universe was more similar to Tobey Maguire's version in the movies, not a chattering youthful youngster. In this world, Peter Parker's girlfriend was Mary Jane. After graduation, he didn't join a big company. Instead, he worked for the Daily Bugle, trying to earn money to support his family. Compared to other universes, this Spider-Man had lost his Uncle Ben, his best friend who became the Green Goblin, and even his Aunt May. When he pursued his crush, he succeeded in getting her heart, but he wasn't happy, being scolded by his boss every day. To be honest, when Luke saw him, he wondered if the young spider crossed over from the studio next door. Otherwise, why was his life so dark? Who is that man? He looks so strong. A vast expanse of ice made Spidey's acrobatic mobility useless. He had to work as a war photographer, weaving in and out of army formations, looking for angles to take pictures. He's called the Sentry. This guy is terrifying. Flying in midair, Iron Man, who was sweeping up the undead warriors with his enchanted Gatling, told him what he had found out from the Sorcerer Supreme. A few moments later, the name Sentry was spread around through Spider-Man's mouth. Everyone was wondering whether this blonde man, Sentry, was a friend or foe. Bang! Sentry opened his palm and effortlessly caught the long-handled hammer as it struck him like lightning. A terrifying force travels along the arm and around his body. Robert Reynolds's foothold suddenly collapsed. The crater was deep as if pierced by the force of a war hammer. Thick, solid ice instantly turned into dust and fluttered away. The Sentry's tall body shook, but he was all right. The blue cloak behind him, like a tugging banner, was tugging straight up. The gods. The sentry lifted his feet off the ground, suspended in midair, and looked at Cull with puzzled eyes. Are the gods this weak? Robert Reynolds's honest and frank words almost made the blood pressure of the god of fear soar. When had the All-Father, the King of Asgard, ever been regarded as weak? But before the serpent could make a move, he saw a blur in front of his eyes and a flash of shadow in his vision. At full power, the sentry could fly several light years out of the galaxy in an instant. Therefore, even an All-Father could hardly catch his movements. With just one step, the air exploded in a series of blasts, like an explosive charge burning out. The tall body appeared like a lofty mountain that filled Cull's field of view. I'm the sentry, no one gives me orders, remember that. In Robert Reynolds's consciousness, the ethereal green flames were squeezed into a corner, and the pitch-black shadows prevailed. Before he became the sentry, he was an addict who lived a life of debauchery and decadence. Weakness and strength created a split personality within Robert Reynolds. Simply put, this person was mentally unstable. Sometimes, he would be in a normal state with an active personality. The sentry was able to communicate and talk well at those times. Occasionally, he would even do good deeds and help other superheroes. Generally speaking, it was a positive figure. But sometimes, he was back to being the addict, Robert Reynolds. A madman with no sense of reason, whose consciousness was consumed by bottomless desire. The sentry, at those times, can be said to be very powerful or very weak. Because his spirit wasn't enough to match that mighty force. On the contrary, because of some petty profits, he would be manipulated by others. For example, in the Dark Avengers period, the sentry worked as a lapdog to Norman Osborn, obeying his orders completely. It was as unbelievable as Superman bending to Lex Luthor's will and working as a thug for that bald man. If anything, the first two mental states could be attributed to Robert Reynolds's psychological mapping, which was understandable. Then, the negative personality hidden in the sentry was an incomprehensible and terrifying presence. The void. It was the dark side of the sentry. Compared with Dark Phoenix's negative personality, the void was even more terrible. Because the former could at least communicate, but the latter would only destroy everything irrationally. For the moment, the sentry was probably in the second state. There was no reason, but there was no madness either. Boom! Robert Reynolds, who appeared in front of Cull, glaring at the old man with the fierce gaze of a street gangster. Without mercy, he lifted the ninth hammer of fear and slammed it down on the head of the serpent. The compressed airflow emitted a whistling sound. Before he could react, Cull, like a cannonball, crashed through the thick ice and into the cold sea.